and executives. So, starting with myself, my name is Dr. Sanim Azu. I'm the technical director of Austria, which is the mother organization that organized this event in collaboration with the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. We are also organizing the Nigerian International Hydrogen Conference, which is starting tomorrow, which I believe most of you are coming to attend at the State House Banquet Hall. So I want to welcome you all, and going forward, I want to make an announcement that we have people at the gate that are taking the registration. So if you have registered, fine, you can stay behind. But if you haven't, you can just join them by the gate and register your name. The purpose for that is to send you the lecture notes after the masterclass, as well as send you your certificates to your emails. So I want to start by inviting. Okay. So I want to start by inviting Engineer Busari Kamaru, who is represented by Mr. Salami, Director of Special Duties, Minister of Petroleum Resources, who is going to declare the event open. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like he has introduced me, my name is Bola Salami, Director of Special Duties, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Nigeria. I am standing in for Engineer Busari, who cannot make this because of work exigencies. So I am going to read his opening speech. Good morning, our esteemed facilitators and honored participants. It is my privilege to welcome you to this Executive Hydrogen Masterclass titled Hydrogen Horizons, Pathway to a Clean Energy Future. This masterclass serves as a prelude to the highly anticipated Nigerian International Hydrogen Conference starting tomorrow. A groundbreaking event. Groundbreaking event dedicated to building a hydrogen economy for our nation. Today's gathering marks an essential milestone in Nigeria's commitment to advancing sustainable energy solution. As we convey here, we align our efforts with a global transition towards hydrogen as a energy carrier, with hydrogen potentials to enhance energy security, drive industrial transformation, and mitigate climate change impacts. We are poised to make significant progress in this journey towards a greener future. This masterclass, led by two world-renowned experts, Professor Samuel John and Professor Bridget Skeppert, I hope I got it, has been designed to achieve several learning outcomes critical to Nigeria's hydrogen aspiration. We hope that this masterclass will give more insight into what hydrogen can do in advancing economy. We will gain a deep understanding of hydrogen production, pathways, and their policies that are shaping hydrogen economy, tools to evaluate the economy, technologically and regulatory challenges of scaling hydrogen deployment, knowledge of safety protocols and storage innovations critical to hydrogen infrastructure, and exploration of emerging applications and technologies that position hydrogen as a cornerstone of our energy system. Let us use today's to engage, learn, and contribute meaningfully to the discussions. The insight we gather here will undoubtedly inform the dialogue and collaboration during the conference in the coming days. Together, we have the opportunity to shape the hydrogen economy and in turn strengthen our nation's leadership in the global energy transition. Once again, I welcome you and look forward to a productive and enlightening season. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this amazing speech. So next, I'm going to invite the Director GAS, Mrs. Komalafi Olurumi, who is going to introduce our facilitators for the day. Welcome to the high table, ma'am.
Good morning, all. Good morning, our dear facilitators. We're so happy to have you here. Actually, as we have heard, we are in for a very good time. We have one of the greatest opportunities of the time to be part of this wonderful program, and I believe we will all make the most of it. I met these my facilitators today, and I'm telling you, I'm in love with them already because of the passion they have for what they have come to do. They want to impart knowledge, and I think we ourselves should show them we are eager to receive all they have. I've been given a very small job to introduce them, and it is with great pride and honor that I introduce to you these distinguished facilitators for this Executive Hydrogen Masterclass. They are exceptional individuals whose contribution to science, engineering, and sustainability have inspired global advancements in energy transition technologies. So when I tell you it's a wonderful opportunity, I know what I'm saying. I thought we would clap for them. The first is Professor Dr. Samuel John. He is a globally renowned mechanical engineering expert with over 3 decades of experience spanning academia, research, and consulting across multiple continents. A graduate of our own Ahmadu Bello University. Oh, of school. Yes. And the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. Professor John has pioneered innovative solutions in control systems, artificial intelligence, and green hydrogen technologies. As the first Dean of Engineering at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, he has been instrumental in creating doctoral programs fostering research excellence in green hydrogen. A GIZ certified trainer, he has conducted numerous master classes enriching the knowledge of professionals in hydrogen and power-to-X technologies. Professor John brings a wealth of experience and vision to this session to guide us through the complexities and opportunities of hydrogen production and application. It's my pleasure to introduce him. Sir? Yes, and joining him is Professor Dr. Bridget Shepard, a physicist and pioneer in hydrogen technology. For over 2 decades, Prof. Shepard has driven the transition from laboratory research to practical hydrogen applications, including the design of fuel cell systems and hydrogen storage solutions. As a professor of hydrogen technology at Rhein-Main University of Applied Sciences, Germany, she has led groundbreaking projects like Energy Park Mainz and Clever Electric City, demonstrating the real-world impact of renewable energy and hydrogen. Her expertise in regulatory challenges, system design, and resource-efficient energy solutions will provide invaluable insights into the innovative pathways for hydrogen utilization. And it is my pleasure to introduce her. With such esteemed professionals leading us, this master class is not just an educational event, it is a transformative experience designed to prepare us for the dynamic changes in the global hydrogen landscape. And I want to let you know that as we say in our parlance, you will not remain the same after this class. So please, let's stand up and give them a round ovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma, the mother of hydrogen. So, last but not the least, I want to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Daniel Wagner, our investment expert in managing financial risks globally, with over 3 decades of managing risks across the globe in Asia, Europe, North America, and in Africa. Mr. Daniel Wagner is going to be one of the moderators as well as a panel speaker tomorrow in 2 of the sessions we are starting with tomorrow. So I want us to give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Daniel Wagner to the ceremony. So without wasting much of your time, I'm going to hand over the mic to our facilitators who are going to be taking you through an exciting journey of hydrogen. To those of you that are getting to know hydrogen for the first time, like our mother of hydrogen said, after this session, you are going to be a hydrogen expert. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. We're in for a day of a lot of information, and because I'm a lecturer, both of us, I actually spent a whole year with her on sabbatical in Rhein-Main-Hochschule, teaching some of their students over there also. So we would like to just request that you put your phones on silence, not off, because you are dignitaries. Some important calls may come in, but just to minimize any disturbance from phone ringing, please just put it on silence. Secondly, you need to make sure that you have Wi-Fi on your phone, because we will start off with a few icebreaker, just to give us an idea of the people in the room and the knowledge level that we have with regards to the hydrogen. So if I put this on presentation mode, it will give you a QR code. Please scan it. And then the moment you scan it, you can just answer whatever question pops out of your phone. So scan this, or you can go on www.slido.com, and then I think, yeah, I hope the internet here is okay. Sure, great. So you can start joining. Let me come this side. You can start joining, and then the question is very simple. When you hear hydrogen, what word comes to your mind? Just type it. Just type it. We'll collect all the words. If you hear the word hydrogen, what comes to your mind? Okay. You're welcome to the classroom. From the boardroom to the classroom. Fantastic. 10 people have participated. We are a little bit over 30 here, maybe, or about 30. So the moment I have sufficient participation, we will move to the next question. Interesting. Good. All right, 18 people. Let's see what's the next question. Okay, this is the next question. What is your current knowledge of hydrogen as an energy carrier? Not, as an energy carrier. What's your knowledge? Moderate knowledge, basic knowledge, advanced knowledge. Maybe you're an expert. Maybe you already have given a master class or have attended a master class already. So, what's the level of your knowledge? Yeah, never thought of it, never bothered. We have some advanced knowledge people. That's great. So you can see that the majority, about 75%, is between basic knowledge and moderate knowledge. So I think you're in for some real good information. Right, so we have time constraint. We've been asked to condense what we normally do in 3 days. We were told we have to do it in 1 day, but now we have to do it within couple of hours. So what we will do is we will provide you fundamental basis on the various topics that we've said we will cover. We'll cover all topics, but we will make sure that we touch on the most important point, and we will skip some slides. So if you see us flying some slides, that's not because they're not important, it's because we're trying to keep to the time. However, the first topic, which is hydrogen production pathways that will be provided by Professor Shepard, I will really want to give us sufficient time because we need to understand the different production methods. That will be the foundation upon which every other thing will be built upon, safety aspects and finance issues, the markets, the policy issues will be built around that. But first, let's understand the production pathways. So I'm going to now call on Professor Shepard, and I will help her put on her presentation to take us through the production pathways.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be here and start with you on this historical day, your journey into this field of sustainable energy. And it's really, I'm very enthusiastic regarding our future in this field. So please, the next slide. I would like to show you the hydrogen production pathways. And because I'm a physicist, I have to talk with my hands. You see, hydrogen is an old technology, and we know the old technology for quite a while. And you will see the numbers where the hydrogen is used today, and where are we going to use the hydrogen in the future. So only around 5% of the hydrogen is transported. Nowadays, most of the hydrogen is produced and used on site. And typical applications where we are using hydrogen today, you see ammonia synthesis for fertilizers, fat hardening, petroleum refining, and 10% others. And these 10% are now growing because we are using hydrogen now to produce steel. In steel production, the new way is to use hydrogen. It's very often a byproduct in the chemical industry, but this we will see later on. Please go ahead. This is hydrogen production worldwide. The numbers are for 2023. And you see 50% is out of natural gas. The blue hydrogen, if you scrap the CO2. By byproduct, for example, of chlorine alkaline electrolysis is around 33%. And this is the production out of renewable energy. You see how tiny it is? And now we would like to change this picture. And you see where we are using it. This is the producing of hydrogen in Germany. And you see out of the world hydrogen demand, it's really a small number. You will get the slides afterwards, that's for sure. So they are free for you to have a pick in it. There are some more slides in it than we have time to show you today. And so this is from 2022, and it's not changing. But please have in mind, for each kilogram hydrogen we produce here, we produce also 8 kilograms carbon dioxide. Could you imagine what this meaning is? So 1 to 8, and carbon dioxide, you know, this is one of the poison for our environment. So please proceed. So when we are looking into, this is the field of hydrogen, what we are using today, and we are talking about the black hydrogen, the blue hydrogen, and the green hydrogen. And I think this is a journey from the black to the blue to the green. And it's not only green hydrogen. In the long run, it will be green hydrogen, because, to be honest, at last this will be the most cost effective, but it's not in the moment. So it's not a sprint what we are doing, it's a marathon. I started photovoltaic business and everybody was laughing at me because photovoltaics far too expensive. But you know, with raising the mass production, then we are starting from here to there. And we would like to get rid of these. In the long run, we will stick to these. And for you, this opportunity is a really nice one, because what you can do, you can elongate your valuable oil and gas resources. You see, we are the generation, we are using so much of fossil energy, but with this kind of energy, we can elongate these resources, these very valuable resources, in the long run. Please go ahead. So the production nowadays, the first one is steam reforming. What we are doing here, don't worry, you don't have to learn all the things, but this is the most common method nowadays to produce hydrogen. It's steam reforming out of natural gas. And you can use everything, but because here you see already H2, we produce carbon monoxide and hydrogen, and from there we have to do what is called a shift reaction. Then we go to CO2, and you see for each kilogram here we produce 8 kilograms CO2. Please go ahead. This is a very common, you can buy it from the shelf. You just can't buy this method from the shelf. And please go on. You see large systems, then they run 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So they are completely running, and this is a very common thing. And you see the cost around this plant is €2 per kilogram. And out of renewables, it's 5 to 8 times more at the moment, because it's so expensive. But you will see, you at the moment, just one slide. The point here is that the costs for the environment is not included in this price when you are going. So this is, they say the environment is free, but it's not free because of the CO2. And you see the efficiency is 65% of this kind of method. The next method, you can take everything what had some hydrogen, natural gas, LPG, naphtha, residual oil. So if you have not so good starting materials like coal, you can use this method. It's a high temperature method. It's only efficient in countries where the transportation is not so far. So it's used in Russia and it's used in South Africa. This is called partial oxidation. But please have in mind, for all the systems afterwards, you need the cleaning of the hydrogen. And this is the way you can do it. And this is completely developed. So this is nothing new to do. And again, you can buy it from the shelf. It's available. And maybe you are very familiar with it. Please go ahead. And now we are starting to think about, why should we change a system which is running, which is well used by the industry. And now we start to think all the points we have. The population worldwide is rising. Everybody needs more energy. So the demand for fossils is rising. And it's far too valuable to use the fossil oil and fossil resources just to burn them or to use them for things which is not necessary. Where you have to use them because they are so valuable for the chemistry, okay, for the chemical industry, you should do it. But on the other side, we have the chance to use the sun and the water. And the best thing is we are thinking in a circuit. We started with water. We use the water as an energy carrier, as you can see here, the hydrogen. And then we are coming back in the end using, for example, a fuel cell. And again, we have water. So coming from water, using energy which is free from the sun or from the wind, it's also coming from the sun, and going back to water. This is the electrolysis, and I don't want to bother you with the chemical input. So we have, at the moment, 3 methods in development. Alkaline electrolysis, this is known for very long. There is an electrolyzer running, a liquid electrolyzer is running in Turkey for more than 120 years. So this is the old technology, and you see the technical readiness level, what we are using in Europe to define which matureness the technology has reached. So 10 is, it's mass market, it's out to the market. And then you have the old type is the liquid one, and the new type, I will show it later to you, is the new annual membranes, and you see the technical readiness level is lower than here from the old starting point. Then we have the new technology, what we also did in Mainz. It was a proton exchange membrane electrolyzers. So we use a special proton exchange membranes, and the TRL level there is around 9 to 10. And what we are doing now is all what we are going to have is in Germany at least 10 gigawatt on electrolyzers, and 70% will come from the alkaline, and around 30% will coming from the PEM electrolyzers, just to give you a feeling. And the new technology is raising. This is a solid oxide electrolyzer. It's called a high temperature electrolyzers. And if you need heat, or if you need heat to make cooling systems, then you can stick to this one, because this new technology helps you to use a high demand on energy. Please have in mind, for each of them, you always have the outcome of hydrogen and heat. So you have also to deal with heat. And besides this, if you have the chance to use the oxygen also, you can use the oxygen for fish farming, you can use the oxygen for medical purposes, things like this. So you have another thing here to do. The core process is always that you have in the inner side, in the electrolyte, you have to need ions to make this kind of cell. Please proceed. So now we are here. I think this is what you're interested in, but I wouldn't skip what's going on. These are the key parameters. So the operating temperature, you see the efficiency and the long-term efficiency where we think we can go. And this technology is there. You can buy it and you will see it. Go ahead. So you see for the science people here in the room, there are a lot of things they are not already understand. So there's also the issue, we are scientists, so we always like to show state of the art. And you have a lot of things you can do to enhance the materials. So it's not a closed road for you. Not everything is there. You also have the opportunity to bring in your own science, and from there to start on for what is going on. This is the 2 different types. You see, this is not far from nowadays. You see, this is the state of the art. The 2 types, This is the PEM electrolyzer, and this is the IM electrolyzer system. If we had a little bit more time, I would explain more in detail, but I think you get a flavor what is going on. Please go ahead. So now, you see KPIs, key performance indicators. This is what you find of the European page, Clean Horizon. This is what already is on the market, and these are the hard facts for industrial applications. We are not talking about small little lab size things. We are talking about 2 megawatts, 5 megawatts, 100 megawatt, 500 megawatt, 1 gig. We are planning in the North Sea 3 gigawatt. Shell is doing this, 3 gigawatt electrolyzer system. And to have a 3 gigawatt electrolyzer system, you need 6 gigawatt renewable energy. So have in mind, take it twice, 200 megawatts electrolyzer means 400 megawatt photovoltaics. Just to give you a flavor. These are the possibilities. You have the chance to check it when you later go on. Look for the KPIs 2024 European Union. Then you find everything what is state of the art in membranes, what is going on to happen. And now you see there are disadvantages and advantages. And here I would like to stick a little bit. You see the technology maturity level, when you say it's around 6 to 8 to around 8 industrial scale commercially available, and the solid oxide is only in pilot plants. But what you see, the advantages of the process is we have a long service time when we're going with the alkaline system. The process requires no critical raw materials. And if you remember the slide I just showed you, then you know we would like to get rid of the membranes with fluor, and we would like to get rid of critical raw materials like platinum or rhodium, because they are worldwide not available so easily. So this is the point here. So this is the alkaline system, and we think when you're not stick to the grid, when you have a plant around the corner and don't have to go over the transmission line, you can go very easily to this kind of technology. And the costs is half of the PEM electrolyzer. When you stick to a grid, when you have to use a grid, then it's better to take the proton exchange membrane, because this kind of membrane can follow the electric grid. The ones on the right I skip for today. You see, but for the PEMs, we have some demand for rare metals, especially iridium, and you know iridium is very scarce. And if you can get rid of the iridium, it would be nice. And this is the science work done at Europe, or not only in Europe, in the US, also be in Asia, to try to find new catalysts to avoid this kind of materials. So what are the power spot is here? And you see, now I'm showing you only slides from the industry, not from the scientific side. So see, Heraeus Precious Metals is one of the people working in the field of using and producing high-level precious metals. And they were looking at what are the key issues for the electrolyzers. And you can see it here. This is the density, the current density you can use on the systems. And when you compare this with the numbers, I give you of the KPIs of the EU, you see this is already reached, but we will go here, oops, okay, we will go here to 3 to 3.5. Then it becomes less costing. And at the moment, we are building the membranes in Europe, so the price will drop over the next year. At the moment, this technology is not cheap, but it's in the starting phase. And you would be also in the starting phase. And here are some sites. This is what I will talk a little bit later on. This is Energiepark Mainz. This is where I was responsible for. And this is a 6 megawatt PEM electrolysis system. And the next step is a 12 megawatt system. This is just started, it's running now. It's Rhein, it's for a refinery. And here you see a 10 megawatt alkaline plant in Japan. And here you see a demonstration for a high temperature system. You see, it's available. You can use it, it's available, and you can start from there. And just for a laugh, this is in my lab. You see, this is, Samuel knows it, this is from my lab. And so we started tiny for the students to learn what's going on. So you see a very small one, around 100 watt. And now we are going to 500 megawatt. And now we are to the big sizes. You see, this is our names I brought to you. These are, I just like to show you what is already available. For example, Cummins, go ahead. You see here, this is this kit. This is the heart of an electrolyzer. And you see, from here to here, it's 12 months. So it's running like hell. You see, they are starting. And what are the crucial numbers? One is the nominal power. The other one is that you have then the flow of hydrogen. And it's not only the skid, it's the balance of plant as well, because you have to change and you have to bring in and store the hydrogen or put it in a pipeline or a trailer. You have to handle the hydrogen afterward. The oxygen is easy. You let it to the air because we are breathing oxygen. So you can make a spa out of there with a very high oxygen level there. But the operation pressure, 30 bar, that's an issue. It's really an issue. If you have a good high pressure, because hydrogen, and Samuel will talk about it later on, about the properties of hydrogen, you will learn that the hydrogen density is an issue. It is the most energy material what we have on Earth. So we have 1 kilogram hydrogen at 33 kilowatt hours. But when you are going to the gaseous hydrogen, then the volumetric measure is low. So you need to have a high pressure in your system to reduce the cost for compressing the hydrogen. Please go ahead. So, and now I'm showing you what was the idea of Mainz, Energiepark Mainz. This is Energiepark Mainz, and we had some wind energy. We had a couple of wind converters, and the wind converters on the weekend produced energy, and the energy could not be used in the grid. So normally we could put the power into the grid, and on the weekends or early in the morning or in some days in the afternoon, we don't have the chance to use the energy. So we were thinking, what can we do with this valuable energy? What can we do with the electricity coming of this? And then the idea was, yes, make the sibling of electricity to these wind converters. The sibling of electricity is hydrogen. So we said, okay, let's produce hydrogen. And then you see what we were thinking. We have the ideas for research. Then use the hydrogen in the public gas grid. You can mix it very easily, up to 30% with natural gas. And what is the resulting out of this? The chimney persons who are cleaning the chimneys at your house, they are unhappy because if you use a large amount of hydrogen in your natural gas, it becomes very clean. The burning becomes very clean. And another point, now we have a lot of buses in our area driving by hydrogen. The cars will become next, but in the beginning we will have heavy-duty vehicles and we will have buses. We have around 157 buses in a European project, and you will find it. It's called Jive. I will give you afterwards a very short idea about. And they already drove more than 3 million kilometers. So hydrogen buses is now on the rollout in Europe. And we have the industry. We have the industry, the steel industry. We have electronics. You see, electronics need hydrogen of the quality 99.9999 and another 5. So they need very high level hydrogen. And we have a lot of other things we can do. You see, we do not have a fertilizer company here, but we have, maybe you have heard shot glass industry. The glass industry is now changing to hydrogen for heat. At the moment, it's very expensive, for sure, but in the long run, they will survive. And just to give you a flavor, it's not only the skid, it's not only the electrolyzer system, it's much more than this. And this is what you can make most of the areas where the learning curve might happen. You can easily buy an electrolyzer system. Not so easy because the market is now very tight because everybody's asking for electrolyzers. But what you can find out is you have to learn about water purification. You have to learn about the power grid. Maybe if you're coming from a DC direct current grid, you can skip the transformer unit, but you have to deoxide the hydrogen. Always a little bit oxygen is in the hydrogen, so you have to get rid of this. You have to do the complete cycle. You have to be aware of the water. And you can also use wastewater because you have to clean the water. You can use salt water, you can use wastewater, but you have to think in the beginning, what is going on, how I'm doing that. And then you can go through this. And then now we are here, the gas storage. This is on site, 80 bars. And when we are going to the trailer, here, then we have 225 bars. So it depends. Now we are, the next station of the system will go to 400 bars. And in the automotive industry, we need 350 and 700 bars. So this is what is in behind. And if you have a question, please, we can do it in Q&A afterwards. But you see, it's not only the electrolyzer, it's a complete system. And the safety as well. You have to think from the beginning to the end about safety. It's not very difficult, but you have to have it in mind. And this is the learning curve, what you have to do. Go ahead. So now you see, these are our 3 systems. It was the first of its kind. So everything was shiny, everything was much too expensive. This is stainless steel. And you will see afterwards, this is the beginning. Safety, safety, safety. But it was not necessary. We never had any kind of accident or dangerous situation. Why we are using this, when you remember, we were bringing it in with our wind converter. So what we need here is very high dynamic. And we can use the high dynamics of the system that this electrolyzer can follow the grid. If you have a DC grid, it is not necessary to do this. You just let run the electrolyzer. Don't worry, he's running all the time. Very fine. We worked with 35 bar, and we had around a water need of around 1 cubic meter per hour for the 6 megawatt. Oh, excuse me, please go back one. And the most critical station was the compressor. This is a 2-stage compressor, and you have to be very careful. And you see he can handle 1250 nanometers per hour. This means 112 kilograms per hour. And you have really to think about this system. And this system is one component in your system. You have to be very careful because the developments they're very strong and they are going to change it. But at the moment, you have to be very critical regarding the compression. Yeah, and this is the new one. You see, they are starting with our 6 megawatt. This was a 2 megawatt each skid. And now this is the next STEM. You see, this is Siemens. I haven't told you that the project Energiepark Mais was a cooperation of Linde, the utility company Stadtwerke Mainz, and Siemens, and Hochschule Rhein-Main, where I'm coming from, and I have the scientific responsibility for this kind. And this is now state-of-the-art. So if you need something state-of-the-art, you can drop to this slide and you see what is nowadays available. Okay. What's the message? So the message is, go ahead, just one can produce it We can use it in pressurized tank, or we can liquefy. Liquefy, it costs a lot of energy, that's true. But the liquefaction enhances the energy content very high. And for aviation, and I will show you later on what's going on in aviation in Europe, you see we need the liquefied hydrogen. We can done surplus energy. So the energy park Mainz was not built for continuous run. It always take the surplus energy from the grid. So it was our saving bank for energy when it was available and could be not used in the grid. We can scale it up, and this is very marvelous. You can come up from 100 megawatt down, no, the other way around. We start with 100 watt and we are going to the large ones. So you can really design it to the purpose what you need. You don't need to make it too large, too big. No, that's not necessary. You really can scale it up. There are a lot of, and I'm not talking this time about hydrogen transportation, but it would be another masterclass alone on hydrogen transportation. And you can think about the two things which are coming with the hydrogen, the oxygen and the heat. You can also use this. Then you can enhance the efficiency of the system over 90%. And this is the most relevant thing for me. It's sustainable. We don't produce anything which is harmful to the environment. Nothing. And our end product, if we are using it, example for a fuel cell is again water. And we know water is essential and it's not dangerous. Okay? To just again, and we will hear a little bit later on, to give you a flavor, these are the costs nowadays for the systems. This is still, it's from 2018, but I think it's still okay. The stack becomes a little bit less cost effective. And you see here what is expected. And you see for both technologies, IL and PEM, we are thinking where we have similar costs. And you see, when you are looking for a large site, and maybe you are looking for a large site, here you have some 17.5 megawatt, and you can see what is necessary, what all the things you can do. And you see for the Siemens system, and I'm not a consultant for Siemens, but this is a system which is running, so yet you get a feeling for it. There are many more in the market, Nel, Cummins, Hydrogenics, so it's not only one company, but I only have time, or ITM, to show you one. You see the plant with compression can be efficiency more than 72%. So go ahead. This is how you can run it, what time it needs to come from 0.3% to 100% and down again. So this is when you have a grid besides, and this is the end of production, and I'm looking forward to your questions. It was quite a parforce. Sorry about this. Do you have questions, urgent ones? Yes, go ahead, please. I don't know who was first. You. So, would you like to?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. My name is Matthew from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. I want to say I'm quite impressed and enthused in your presentation. Taking a look at the production of hydrogen, especially through electrolysis. You know, what we want is energy at the long run. And starting with, we also put in energy. You need energy from electricity into the electrolyte to produce your hydrogen. At the long run, considering your cost and the energy you impute to produce some amount of energy from hydrogen, how do we compare? What is our net of? How profitable it is? Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very essential question. To make it very short, I'll give you an example. The energy nowadays from the well to the wheel, for example, it's for internal combustion engine, is 160 kilowatt hours. So you know that is around 16 liter of diesel or gas. If you do this with the hydrogen, you have around 60 kilowatt hours. So it's 6, or if you really have the complete production line. So it's a third, maybe a quarter of this in the long run. You see, this technology is not mass market, right? It's like in the batteries. You know, batteries in the beginning was very expensive. And nowadays we think that an electrolyzer is around 1,000 euros per kilowatt. But we are looking forward to 50 euros per kilowatt. So this is the drop down. And we think, and this is, I think, what you are asking, we can produce in the long run, not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow, but in the long run, we will produce the hydrogen with for 1 to 1.5 euro per kilogram in large scale and long run. So he and then you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Ahmed Adamu, Petroleum Training Institute, EFRON. Let me just make a small background to what Petroleum Training Institute was doing about hydrogen before I could ask my question quickly. First of all, when the issue of the hydrogen came up, we are looking at it that how do we go about it? So we are looking at two pathways. One is to take natural gas, reform it, and then to produce hydrogen. From hydrogen now to hydrogen vehicles. One way. The other one, pick natural gas, produce electricity from power plants, store it in a battery, and use it in electric vehicles. Both the two ways now, we are trying to see how we can use our hydrocarbons in a sustainable manner, just like you have said, which means transforming stationary sources of pollution, mobile sources of pollution to stationary sources of pollution, so that we'll be able to capture all the CO2 and CO2 equivalent and probably store it. Now the question is that these two pathways that we are looking at, which one do you think will benefit a country like Nigeria? Thank you.
I can tell you one. We had a large, and you're invited to join us and the campus, and please tell me up front that we can make a tour for you, that you really see the applications. We had a large battery storage on our campus to learn about batteries. 1 megawatt hour, 625 kilowatt hours by lithium-ion batteries, and 425 kilowatt hours of redox flow battery. Please never ask me for a battery program. That's such a pain in the neck because batteries are very temperature sensitive. You know, when the sun is shining, and batteries like to have the same temperature conditions like we do. So how the same space, and the hydrogen had 1 kilowatt hour per 200 watt hours per kilogram, excuse me, and the other one had 33 kilowatt hours per kilogram. That's the issue. The energy density, but if you need it very fast, then put in the battery and put in a fuel cell, and then the battery is always charged. So this is a really interesting point, what we are working at in the moment in Germany, the complete system. Not only look for one, but for, as you ask. I hope I could answer your question.
Can I just add that you must think of sustainability. So if you want to do steam methane reform, then you must incorporate carbon capture to make it blue. Because if it's not blue, then again, the 1% 1 kg of hydrogen to almost 8 kg of CO2 to the atmosphere will still be there, and that is not sustainable. So you need to look at the blue, of capturing and then you can capture the CO2 and use it for other things. You can use it in agriculture, in greenhouse farming. You can use the CO2 there. You can use the CO2 to also do some other experiments, like synthetic fuel. So you can do that. So you must,
Sustainable aviation fuel.
Yeah.
But this is a different master class.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of questions. I don't know if we are running out of time. So I'm
Yes, maybe we can take one last question.
He was the first one. I don't know. And but
Then
you have the chance. I'm on the conference. You can ask me anything.
Yeah, we
I can
hear-
answer. So we
yeah.
are there. Be not unhappy to be here. And maybe also in the break you have the chance to talk. He was the first one, and then maybe you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Prof, for the lecture. My name is Dr. Ejinabi Odafe from NMDPRA. I would like you to throw more light on the cost-benefit analysis between the blue and the green hydrogen, because as a country in Nigeria, we need that. And also aware that Germany had also created a window for off-takers. They have about 40 countries that already have bilateral agreements, and being a country that is full of abundant resources, we want to take advantage of that. We already know the targets of the European Union of 3.38 hydrogen CO2, all of that. So, but the question I just want to find out now.
Our talk tomorrow. Talk at the conference about this issue.
Yes.
But also we will have the economics of hydrogen, and in the economics, I will be able to show you how we anticipate the cost of hydrogen for blue, gray, and green would evolve. Because remember, Europe is looking for net zero 2050, let's say, or 2030 to 2050 net zero, and that is one of the motivating factors for the green hydrogen cost coming down and the gray and blue hydrogen cost most likely either going up or stagnating. So we'll discuss that in week 3 also today.
All right, great. Because you also know that China in 2022 produced about 35 million tons of hydrogen.
Yeah.
And then the whole world, as of today, is about 120 million tons of hydrogen produced globally. So you can see from both sides. And then we from Nigeria, we had not really done any calls to the West support, where they have actually had this climate change issue, as it were. So we still have a hydrocarbon, as it were, and then we must not strand it. Okay, we must look at a different pathway. So, and that is the reason why I actually really want to know about the cost-benefit analysis, because I know, apart from the white hydrogen, which is not going to be discussed here, that's exploration and production, I also know when you look at the price variables, many papers and many literature keep saying the green hydrogen is far more expensive than 9.5 kilogram of fuels, dollars, sorry, to the blue hydrogen. But when she was making a discussion, just like when you started at MTN, was very high and it kept dropping. Perhaps we're going to see that for green hydrogen. If that works out, why not? We can look at the option. Thank you.
Just saying to that, when I'm starting photovoltaics, everybody was laughing because it was so expensive. And you see all the time. Now we're 2024. I started in 1990, so after 30 years. So this is why I'm saying it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And when you are looking on your resources and how fast you deploy your resources, then how can you elongate to stick to this very valuable resource of oil and gas for the coming generations? This is what brings in you in this field. You can elongate. It might be expensive at the moment, but on the long run, I think you will have a surplus for your economy And if you are very early on the market, you are one of the first movers. You know what it means to be a first mover. So, but I don't know, we have to proceed.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Thank
But
you.
We can discuss it later on. And if you need
All right.
numbers.
Yes.
yes.
Thank you. Is this still working? It doesn't seem. So I think I can, but you can hear me. Can you hear me at the back? Okay, I will project my voice. Excuse me? The people online. So, but it's not, is it, so they can still hear me, even though, okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I have to use it, no problem. Okay, thank you very much. Those were very important questions, and we believe that we wish actually that this masterclass will have been longer, because then we can discuss, we can start to contextualize the Nigerian situation. I come from Namibia. I've been living in Namibia now for quite a while, and I'm very much involved in the green hydrogen project in Namibia. And I hope you know that we also have discovered oil in Namibia. And the goal for us is not to kill the oil, but to develop the two simultaneously. There is nothing wrong to use a more sustainable hydrogen for our refineries, for example. Just giving you one example. So it means that by using, for example, green hydrogen in refining our crude oil, we will have cut down on our carbon footprint on producing our petrol. And that can be one step while we watch how things are evolving, because things are going to evolve. They are evolving. In fact, things are changing very fast. I visited the Energy Mines Park that she was involved in developing. Now they have dismounted it because it's now an update, and now they have to bring something else. So this technology is evolving very fast. And I'm glad to have a few doctors here. I hope you're also still in research, because there is a lot of research opportunity in this field. So, but what I'm going to be talking about now is just looking at the fire characteristic of hydrogen, because we need to also understand these element that we're talking about, and the various characteristic and the safety features that we need to consider. So we'll be looking at the hydrogen safety, and then we'll look at a few risk mitigation. Of course, I'm sure most of you being in the oil and gas sector, I don't have to lecture you on what is safety, what is risk, what is hazard, what is an acceptable risk, because in everything we do, there is a certain level of risk. If you sit down for too long, you begin to have some backaches. So that also have its own risks. Everything that we do have some level of risk that you have to tolerate. So I will not bother you on this. The main thing I must say is that all labor laws, and I've studied Nigerian labor law because I'm a fire protection engineer, and I've done a lot of consultancy here in Nigeria. In fact, I think what is it? I do the risk assessment for the petroleum school in Kaduna a couple of years ago, when they were trying to I don't know whether whether the project proceeded. So I did a risk assessment for a pesticide plant in Ibadan 2 years ago. And you have to make sure that safety is covered, not just from the labor law, which have to cover the people working there, but also in terms of mitigating of the various risks that you have there, fire risks, oil spill for the oil people, gas, and different types of risks. So that is the point we're making. And this is just a definition of risks. There is a kind of probability of will it not. So safety is the reduction of risks as much as possible. You can eliminate it, but we can reduce it. But we need to understand the risks we are talking about. What are we facing? What type of risks are we facing? Right now in this room, we must make sure that that door is open and the other doors can be open. In case there is anything coming from there, we can exit there. It's still a limited, we just reduce the risks, but we haven't eliminated it, right? So that's about risks. So safety is that balance. How do you balance between risks and safety? And then we talked about acceptable risks. There is unacceptable risks, there is acceptable risks. I know that in some companies, you always keep the record of accidents or near misses, and you record this to show how you're doing in terms of safety, which is a very good practice. In Namibia, it's by law, they have to do that. So they do it a lot, especially in the mining, because mining is the biggest contributing factor to our GDP in Namibia, followed by tourism, and then we have fishing as well. Very great fishing aspect. Okay, hazard also, every job has its hazard, and we must make sure that these hazards are well taken care of. So when we come to hydrogen, we need to also understand the product we are working with, and from there, what are the type of risks we need to mitigate. No, I will not show you this video. I thought I actually removed it, but this is this is a very old video that shows one of the first big accidents of hydrogen. It was a balloon, this balloon ship or airship, and it's in Heldenberg, and it went down. A number of people died, and it was a disaster. So we are getting to understand hydrogen more and more, especially outside the oil and gas space. Because within oil and gas space, all the safety regulations are in place. When it comes to green hydrogen, however, which will be produced using water through the process of electrolysis, where you split hydrogen and oxygen, you will be doing this outside so-called oil and gas space, which means we need to develop also the safety for that space. And that's the reason why each time we give a master class, safety is one of our key topics that we have to talk about. So back to high school periodic table. Some of us loved it, some of us hated it. But here you are again, talking about it. Hydrogen is the lightest gas, is the most abundant gas on Earth, but it hardly stays alone. It's always interacting. So you find it in different forms, So in water, H2O, our gas is CH4, and you find them in those places. But being the lightest gas, it has a lot of other challenges that it poses to us. It means to handle it, to keep it, to store it becomes a problem. If we compare some physical properties of hydrogen and other gases, looking at hydrogen gas, natural gas, and gasoline, the Americans call it gasoline, we call it petrol, or PMS, right? So, in terms of color, hydrogen is colorless, so you can't see it, Gasoline, yes, we can, yeah. And at times people even make it different colors. And then toxicity, hydrogen is actually non-toxic. Of course, it has its own hazard, but it is naturally non-toxic. Gasoline is very, very highly toxic. You don't want to inhale it, right? Hydrogen is also odorless, right? But if you look at natural gas and gasoline, they have some kind of smell, and that's why when they leak, you can detect it. Can you already see a challenge with hydrogen, that when there is a hydrogen leak, you can just walk in and you don't know that there is a leak? Buoyancy, in terms of buoyancy relative to air, it's about 14 times lighter than air. So the way I try to illustrate this to my other master classes to say, most people know helium because during our children's birthday, we give them some helium balloons or their birthday number with the helium, and the whole tied to it. The moment they let go, it just disappears. Now, hydrogen is even much lighter than helium. So it's very light, but that means then that when you plan for detection system, you know where to place them. That means then that you must also be careful that you don't create pockets where it can go and hide and eventually explode. Energy content, that's what Professor Shepard was talking about in terms of energy content. You can see that it is 2.8 times having more energy than gasoline, and approximately 1.2 times energy of gasoline for natural gas. If you take gasoline, which is 43 megajoules per kg, it means that this will be like 2.8 times that amount. So, however, hydrogen in terms of volumetric energy is not that good because it's so light, which means you need a lot of pressure to be able to contain gaseous hydrogen in a container. So for hydrogen cars and hydrogen buses, you need between 300 to 700 bars hydrogen in that type of situation. And then in the liquid form, which gives you more energy density, you have to cool it down to minus 253 degrees Celsius. So just imagine that, right? So that is the case of energy. So in case of leaks, hydrogen rises and dissipate very quickly at over 20 meters per second. Now, when you look at the hazardous classification, I'm sure you know these classifications of hazard. Let's look that for hydrogen. Hydrogen doesn't have any hazard. Hydrogen is non-toxic, it's non-corrosive. Let's just say it's non-toxic, but if you have a lot of it leaking at once, it can suffocate the oxygen, and then that can affect you. But in itself, it's non-toxic, it's non-corrosive, all right, and doesn't pollute the atmosphere. If you release hydrogen, it's either get to react with something else or it's hydrogen, all right. So this is like really, really good about hydrogen. So hydrogen is not as dangerous as other gases or some of its derivatives, because hydrogen is an input. We are not looking at hydrogen these days as just using it as it's in its gaseous form, but can we use it for other inputs? For example, she mentioned ammonia, NH3. So if you have a sustainable hydrogen, a green hydrogen, for example, with zero CO2 emissions, you can capture nitrogen from the atmosphere and you can produce ammonia. And right over there in Burning Kevi or in Maiduguri, we can make our fertilizer and use it for and all kinds of fertilizers, urea, sodium, the nitrite, the sulfate, different types of fertilizers. They need ammonia for that. So we can then produce that. I don't even know whether the fertilizer company that was in Kaduna is still there. It's no longer there. It's dead. It's not working. Okay. Let me not ask any further questions. All right. Now, this is the self-ignition temperature. If you look at self-ignition temperature, at what temperature can this gas ignite, on its own? For hydrogen, it's very, very high. 585 degrees C for it to self-ignite. But look at our precious PMS, gasoline, at 220 degrees C, it can self-ignite. See that? So that is a very good advantage for hydrogen. Let's go to the next one. What is the minimum energy required to ignite these gases? Now that is where the problem is. You require like 0.02 millijoules. So in the morning when you're shaking your friend and you have static, especially now that it's Hamatan, well, Abuja, I don't know, the Hamatan is not really felt here, is it? But when you go further north, I went to school in Hadeja, secondary school, so you can imagine. So I was really from that side. So you have this static electricity is enough to ignite hydrogen at a certain ignition range, all right? Okay, look at natural gas, 0.29. We come to gasoline, 0.24. Yes, there you go. And up until 74% by volume, hydrogen will still ignite if you introduce heat source. Which means when it comes to the safety aspect, we need to be very, very careful. You do not want to allow pockets of hydrogen anywhere where you have between 4% and above. Now, if you look at gasoline, I like comparing with gasoline because everybody is familiar with gasoline. You see, gasoline will ignite at 1.2%. You know, gasoline forms an explosive cloud. And the little energy spark that you introduce to that cloud, it can ignite, right? And you can have deflagration, you can have those type of fires. Then it goes up to 7% by volume, it still will ignite. But beyond 7%, the atmosphere is over diluted, and so it won't ignite. Hydrogen, up to 74%, it will still ignite. So that's a very important factor to have a look. All right, so in this, what we're saying is that for you to have an ignition, you need an oxidizer plus an ignition source. Of course, the oxidizer is in the air, right? Ignition source can come from anywhere. Spark, electrostatic. Once this condition is met, when it's less than 4% of hydrogen in the atmosphere, it will be flammable. If it's more than 18% of hydrogen in the atmosphere, you have an explosion.
You do not see the flame.
And yes, yeah, I'm still coming to the characteristic. All right? Are you following me with this? Okay, great. Let's move on. So above 75% of hydrogen in the atmosphere, ignition of the mixture is no longer possible due to lack of oxygen. Now, let's come again to the visibility of the flame. When hydrogen is burning, you have to get really close to feel the heat. So hydrogen burns with a pale blue flame that is almost invisible during daylight. This is propane, this is hydrogen. Both of them are burning. And we did a test bench in Rheinland-Hochschule. I took the idea to Namibia. Now I have a student, female student. We love to have female students, in engineering because there are very few of them. But Namibia actually have more. In my class, more than 20% are female students. Yes, in engineering. We try to encourage them. I think even in the parliament, I think we will have a female president, hopefully. Yeah, in Namibia. 27th is the election. I'm still a Nigerian, so I don't vote. I still have my Nigerian passport. I'm not voting. Yeah, I'm a Nigerian at heart. So you can see, so we actually have demonstrated this during one of our seminars in Rheinland-Hochschule, where we're burning hydrogen, and you could literally, it's invisible, and then through the UV camera, you can now see that it's actually burning. So it's almost invisible. At night, this is all you can see, hydrogen flame at night, and that's propane. You see that? This characteristic helps us when it comes to designing the safety aspect, that we know what we are dealing with. Okay? In fact, the standards are being changed. I had the old NFPA 2, there is a new NFPA 2, and the standards are becoming more and more stringent because, standards are refined over the years. When there is a major accident, then you come and refine the standard and the codes, and then, so all these standards we're using, they get refined. That's why you always need the latest. So what is the latest? All right. So hydrogen fires have low radiant heat, so you can't sense the presence of a flame until you are very close to it or even in it. Yes. Okay. All right. When we talk about hydrogen cars, I'm so glad that when I ask you what comes to your mind when you hear the word hydrogen, that nobody wrote bomb. Because I know some people, when they hear of the idea of hydrogen cars, they are like, I will not ride in a hydrogen car. But the Honda that was in your lab, it was what was used to move my luggage from the hotel to my room when I came. So I've driven in a hydrogen car, hydrogen bus that you organized graciously with our team from Namibia. So there are hydrogen buses, hydrogen cars. What happens if there is an accident and you are driving or you're riding a hydrogen car? We're going to compare a hydrogen car and a petrol car. So this is a petrol car and this is a hydrogen car. Both of them, and this is an actual experiment. This is not just random pictures. This was an actual experiment to demonstrate the safety of hydrogen cars over petrol cars. So after 3 seconds, this is the hydrogen car. What type of fire is this? Do we have a fire? Some fire experts here from the oil and gas? This is jet fire. All right. So you have a jet fire. This is after 3 seconds. If you're out of this car, you are lucky. After 60 seconds, that's what will happen to that petrol car of yours. And that's your hydrogen car. You see that? Because the flame, the hydrogen, is just going out and burning. And it's a jet fire. It's not as if it spread, it's, you know. And then after 90 seconds, this is your beloved petrol car. And you can see the hydrogen car, the fire is almost high. So a hydrogen car is quite safe to have. Now let's look at some key hydrogen accidents. So if you look at this, it shows us some key accidents that have happened. This is just historical data from H-Tools. You've had about 35% have leaked to ignition, which is about 13%, and then you have a lot of near misses, all right? However, if you look at it, these are cases that are hydrogen system initiated, and these are cases that are non-hydrogen initiated. Of course, you know that because hydrogen is becoming widely used, and also, as we said, green hydrogen is no longer being produced under this well-regulated petrol gas sector, because it's also being produced. So you have different types of issues and different types of problems. And the key factors is system design, system manufacturing, human factors, emergency responses. And in the next graph, I show you the various primary causes of most of hydrogen fires. The biggest one being component failure, which means you must know where you're buying your products from. You must know the type of technology you're using to produce your hydrogen, because the biggest problem is component design. Hydrogen is the smallest little tiny particle that it can actually penetrate through iron. So it causes the materials to embrittle. So you need to use very special type of materials to ensure that it's not reacting with the metal and causing the embrittlement of the material. And so you have component failure. Your sealants, if they are not the right type, if it's interacting or reacting with hydrogen, they start failing, and then you have leaks. And when it is leaking, if you don't have the right type of detection, which is now, there is inadequate detection, which is 3%, not that much. But if you have an inadequate detection and there is a leak, then you will have problem in your hand, right? The next one is the installation or maintenance. So we have a petroleum school, right? Training. Next time we're going to have a master class. I think we're going to have different sector because everybody needs to be involved. And we need to produce the skills. And tomorrow during our, is it tomorrow or next tomorrow, during our presentation, we will share some of what Namibia is doing, you know, because the approach that Namibia has got is a holistic approach. It's a complete holistic approach. Nobody is left out. The private sector is involved. The government provides the enabling environment. The Hydrogen Commission is directly under the presidency. The guy who reports to the president on this topic is working directly under the presidency. But the Ministry of Mines is involved. Our NAMCO, which is like your NNPC, is involved. And all the major stakeholders are involved, starting from the politicians. So these are the various aspects: equipment design or equipment selection. If it's not the right equipment, that can also lead to. So these are some of the primary causes of fires. So now let's look at a few risk mitigation measures. What's the time? I know by 11 we're going to have our coffee break. So I have 10 minutes to run through this. So this is how, mostly when you have a refueling, you have this rack where this hydrogen is collected and distributed. And so this is very important, and hydrogen should be stored outside or away from structures. And when we say away from structures, there are guidelines for that. What are the distances, safe distances that need to be obeyed? So just putting it outside is not enough. You also need to follow the standards that are provided. And in this case, the NFPA 2 provide these standards. So there is a separation distances that must be obeyed. A bulk hydrogen compressed gas system has a capacity of more than, let's say, 142 normal cubic meter. And it consists of the storage containers, as you've seen those containers, and then it has a pressure regulator, then it has the pressure relief devices, compressors, manifolds, and piping. And just note that the storage system terminates at that source valve. Again, you have the safety signal that must be clearly indicated when you have this type of storage, and you must add do not spray water or in the vent opening. So there must be very clear signage, which we are all familiar with when it comes to the issues of safety. Of course, this is a normal safety regulations for buildings must be non-combustible materials. And then you need to have some automatic shutdown. You have to install automatic shutdowns. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. Hello. Okay. You're welcome. Okay. So then the installation of automatic shutdown, just as we do for other gases. Of course, now you know that for hydrogen, it's even something that is more serious. We have to really take care of that. We have to eliminate all the sources of ignition. Cabling must be classified, you know, just like for detection system, you need very classified cabling system. I was doing in one of the projects, and the contractor brought some cables, and we looked at the cables and said, no, this is not classified because they must be approved. You know, at times there must be factual mutual approved, or there must be UL listed or something equivalent. And I know at times some people say, but those are expensive. Yeah, but safety is quite expensive. It can put you completely out of business. Again, NFPA 2, there are ISO standards as well. But today we're just giving you just the flavor. Now, when you store the hydrogen outside, you can see the type of roofing, because you don't want hydrogen to get into a pocket. So you want it to be able to just easily be, to diffuse and to go out of the atmosphere. If you design the roof in a way that it creates pockets, it will just go there, and then you'll have a pocket of hydrogen, and the slightest heat, it will ignite. So there is a very clear way of creating a natural ventilation, of course, and in some cases, you may have to use if natural ventilation is not working, then you have to do some active ventilation. So this is like an active ventilation. You use fans and motors, and we have the calculations. I won't bore you into that, how to do about that. And that is when your passive ventilation is not sufficient, then you have to incorporate some active ventilation system. You want to reduce the possibility of a mix, remember, between 4% by volume to 75% by volume. So when you install detection system, you want to make sure that by the time it starts getting to like 3% by volume, that you get an alarm. And then you must check. And you don't just walk into where you're storing hydrogen without some kind of sensors on you to be able to tell you, is there a leak? Because you need a sensor. You can't see it with the eyes. So you need a sensor in order to be able to show you whether there is hydrogen in the atmosphere or not. This is the bow tie hydrogen safety strategy. On this side, we have sources of emissions or release. And of course, we've already discussed the different factors that could cause any problem here. So you have equipment failure, valves, misalignment, flanges, and all of that. Anything can happen here. But if any of this happens, the first thing is you must make sure that this is the proactive, making sure that the right equipment are used and selected. Remember, it's one of the greatest source of accident that we show. So you must follow this first step. The next step is proper ventilation. It's in place, it's proactive. Ignition sources are far away from any storage of this, is another proactive. However, if all of these fail and there is a hydrogen release, you can either have immediate shutdown, all right, of the system. If it doesn't happen, you have your detection, flame and gas detection system. If that fails, firefighting comes in, okay, escape and evacuation, and of course, you can end up with a disaster. Either you have a vapor cloud explosion or you have a jet fire. If it's a jet fire, it's a simpler thing. You just allow it to burn, because usually it's stored under very, very high pressure. As we said, between 300 to 700 bars. So it's quite very high pressure. So it can go into the atmosphere. That's fine. What about the hydrogen derivatives? Because every country must decide, what do we want to use hydrogen for? I give you an example. In case of Namibia, we see hydrogen as a complete new economy that we're introducing into the current economy of the country. Namibia's economy is basically, as I said, is mining, is fishing, is tourism. But after a while, the economy stagnated. Nothing was moving. In the early 2000s, when I first went to Namibia, ministries used to return money to the treasury. Yes. For long, they wouldn't spend all the money, goes back to the treasury. And every year we used to get all kinds of nicely increased salaries, And then it got to a point where there was a stagnation, and the president was really worried that we have very large unemployment rate, a lot of graduates now. What do we do? And so we partner with the Harvard Growth Lab and developed and said, what do we need to do in Namibia? So Namibia said, listen, we are interested in growing our economy. What can we do? The outcome of that research shows that we have a huge landmass and good solar irradiation. And we say, what do we do with a good landmass and a good solar irradiation? And that was how we went into green hydrogen. So we see green hydrogen as a means to open more opportunities for young people, create more jobs, form new partnerships, and that's what we're doing. There are about 4 pilot projects that are running right now. There is a whole hydrogen village that is almost completed, where they will produce hydrogen, make ammonia, from ammonia make fertilizer, grow vegetables and fruits in the desert, and that is almost 80% done. The buildings are already up. I think when we do our presentation, you'll see a few of those examples from Namibia. Kenya said, we want to reduce the amount of money we spend in importing fertilizers. And that informed their strategy. And we'll look at policy later on if time permits. That is what informed their strategy. And so they said, let's produce hydrogen, produce ammonia, and produce fertilizers. So we don't have to spend our hard currency buying fertilizer. We can actually produce it locally. You know, Kenya at the moment has the largest renewable energy in their system in Africa. And so they have the geothermal, solar, and a little bit of wind. So they use all of the resources that they have to produce their own green hydrogen. So we have to also decide, what do we want? What is our goal? What is one point that we want to achieve with hydrogen? So if you look at ammonia, which is a byproduct of hydrogen, you'll actually realize that ammonia is more dangerous than hydrogen. Let's look at that. Ammonia, it can affect you. You don't want to breathe it. It affects the lungs, irritates the eyes. So the byproducts are the things we need to actually be more concerned with in terms of safety. Hydrogen, you need to respect it. You need to know the characteristic, provide all the safety provisions that are required, and you will not have a problem. But when it comes to these other products, you need to have even more extra precaution. However, ammonia have been in the market. We have infrastructure for transporting ammonia. Our ports know how to handle ammonia, so it's not as if it's a new product. The only thing is, when you now start producing green ammonia, again, outside of this oil and gas sector, then it becomes a challenge, which means you need new regulations, new legislations, new policies to regulate that sector. Ammonia is non-flammable, but it could ignite and burn with explosive force. It's poisonous. It produces NOx. So you can see that ammonia is actually very dangerous. Now, I'm going to close this session with something that is I'm sure I can see those who know this story already nodding their head. How many of you know this story? Okay, so I've put the video, as I hope this audio works.
What starts out as the best day
No.
in Isra Sablani's life
Pause.
soon turns into a nightmare. While posing for her wedding photos in Beirut's Saifi Square, a massive explosion tears the city apart. It's just before 6 p.m. on August 4th, 2020, when an uncontrolled fire breaks out at one of the hangars at the port of Beirut in Lebanon. Seemingly after welders' sparks flew while they were fixing a hole in the wall. It contained over 2,750 tons of highly explosive ammonium nitrate. At about 6:07 p.m., the warehouse fire started sending plumes of smoke and soot billowing from the roof of the building. Eyewitnesses say it was followed by a burst of light and showers of smaller sparks, which looked like fireworks. Less than a minute later, A massive blast erupted, setting off a bright ball of fire. A shockwave moving faster than the speed of sound tears through downtown Beirut. Footage on social media showed a white dome engulfing large parts of the city. Basically, water vapor forced out of the air by a shockwave. A red-brown haze of smoke and ash followed it. Experts would later concur that this haze of red-brown smoke was the strongest indicator of an ammonium nitrate explosion. The shockwave blew out windows at the Beirut Airport terminal about 5 miles from the port. The blast was so intense that it was heard as far afield as Cyprus, about 125 miles across the Mediterranean.
Okay, so the byproducts are more dangerous. Questions? We'll take a few questions. Yes?
Good morning, sir. Yeah. My name is Raji Abdulkadiri. I'm not asking a question. If you permit me to add that one of the ways to control hydrogen explosive potentials is by chemical storage. You just mentioned green methanol, green ammonia. We also have covalent organic frameworks and the liquid organic hydrogen carriers, which I'm actually working on. So I just wanted to add a little bit of that so we avoid the ammonia explosions as well because they have high boiling points. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thanks for the presentation. My name is Aziza Andrew from the Petroleum Training Institute. My question is on these safety regulations, because from all the indication, both the hydrogen and the ammonium byproducts, to some extent, as a true Nigerian, we cannot handle it. I want to be very factual. If we want to tell ourselves the truth, because the framework, let's start with the framework.
Just a moment.
To some extent.
Everybody talking in this forum is speaking their own view.
Yes.
Doesn't mean it's the general
View of Nigeria.
For
Yes. Yeah. MPR. Yeah.
Ministry, please.
Sorry, let me make myself clear. This is an academic, I'm from the academic aspect. So this is an academic exercise. So I will stand to say the truth, irrespective of anything. I will also put in mind the privileged circumstances around it. But what we are saying here is, I would have asked the first presenter in terms of development, because in his presentation, she made he made a statement on stepwise development. That's why I want to link it to your own question. Stepwise development. She said it may not be 100 megawatts. He said, I may be emphatic. He said, start with 10, start with 5, 10, 6, gradually it will go there. Now, my question here is, the safety regulations, I want to copy or probably buy an idea. How do we start this? It's a question to what we need to know. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
It starts with education, and this is why we are here. The first thing is to learn about it and early. You don't have to do all the failures we did. So we are here to, and we give the knowledge from here to you. And it's not where you see his talk was on the side where he was shown. You have to have in mind that, but this is a technology for more than 120 years. How often do you hear that you can go to the European Hyatt site, there you find the accidents. They are very low because we learned. But what we need to do is to have the right skills with the people. And you have young, very bright young people, and they can learn and they get the feeling for it. They don't know, they cannot learn it only on the theoretical side. They have to see it practical. And they start small and they can rise from there. But this is not, it's not rocket science. It's a very old technology for more than 120 years.
Yeah, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel. For example, we have a master's student that we co-supervise that is looking at the safety framework for Namibia. And that student is not reinventing the wheel. The student is looking at what is happening in Europe, is looking at what is happening in the US, is looking at ISO standards, looking at how do we get together and compile the good practices and come up with something that can be adapted by Namibia and used. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And this technology, I mean, the Beirut accident, of course, if you follow the story, it's not as if it was on the production side. No, it has other factors that contributed to that accident. So we don't want to go into that. But if you ask me whether Nigerians can, I said, yes, I know. I'm a Nigerian.
And thank you so much, Professor and Professor. Nigeria can do, and they can do better. We've been in this oil and gas business. I'm from NMDPRA. We have some from NUROPC. And everything that happened, like a professor said, is by learning. We've been privileged to go to Germany last month by GIZ, and we saw so many things. I came back, I've written my report to my aides and all of that. This technology is not new. We are even talking about white hydrogen, which we are not even discussing. America has abundance of it. There are some parts even in Mali, we have not even reached that level. Okay? So anything that has to do with oil and gas, as far as you are a human being, you have the brain, you can do it. That is why we collaborate. That's why even small countries that are even less than 20, they can do anything. Technology is knowledge, it's expansion, it's ongoing. So let's not limit ourselves. Why are we here? Like he said, we want to look at different options and strategies for Nigeria to take hold. We have not even started our hydrogen policies. Now, yes, Namibia, I've looked at Kenya experience as well. And there's so many things we could borrow from Kenya as well, even though they're on great hydrogen. But remember their strategy, like he made mention. Their strategy is to ensure they have a lot of fertilizers. So please, Nigerians are good and we can do better. Thank you.
I will take 2 more questions and then we'll go for...
Okay, thank you, the presenter. I think we have learned a lot from your presentation, and that we have learned that the risk involved in handling natural gas is even more when you compare to hydrogen. But the concern of my colleague is on the issue of the number of accidents we have witnessed over the last 5 years on just handling natural gas. I think that is his concern, and I believe Nigerians can handle that. Thank you.
So what do you do when you have accidents? You must do an investigation. Yes. And then you have to learn from that. And then you increase your way of your safety procedures. So I think every accident is a learning process. I mean, when the building, what is it, Cromwell building in the UK got burned, yeah, I was shocked. I'm like, how on earth will anybody allow combustible materials to be used as cladding on a high-rise building? We've gone past that. So you see, you need to learn from the experiences. In the US, for example, there are very, very old buildings that were built before sprinklers were made, maybe compulsory in a certain type of buildings. But then what do? They make provision for those type of old buildings to make sure that they don't have the problem that the newer buildings are having. But then going forward, if you have a high-rise building, then sprinklers become compulsory. If you don't, the insurance will charge you more. So you have to think, maybe I should put in the sprinklers with the money I'm supposed to give to the insurance companies. So we have to learn from all of this and develop our own safety regulations and enforce them. That's, for me, so every accident should be papers. Every accident should be a paper, you know? I'm talking to the academics now. Yeah, maybe one last question. Let's give it to somebody who have not spoken. We can talk over tea and coffee.
Thank you, Prof. So considering your experience in Namibia and you mentioned Kenya, so I want to know what should be the focus in terms of hydrogen policy for Nigeria. Is it electricity, fertilizer like the case of Kenya, or I just want to know what Nigeria should focus on when it comes to hydrogen?
It is not my role or responsibility to prescribe. Our role, when we were coming here, when I said to Professor Shepard, when I said to her, we're going to have a master class, and even in Namibia and any other place where we've given master classes and summer schools, our role is, can we provide sufficient knowledge for you to make your decision? Can we provide the awareness? In Namibia, I've done, in the last, I was counting with him, in the last 2 months, I've done close to 10 master classes all around the country. The awareness is important. And even the communities where the hydrogen is going to be produced in Namibia, you need to speak to the traditional people, because if they don't understand, forget it. And so we provide master classes even for them to explain what this thing is all about. The knowledge will help you to decide, okay, now what do we want to do? As I told you, Namibia said we're not going to kill the oil and gas, but whatever money we generate from the oil and gas, we're going to speed up our green hydrogen, because we know that that is the direction the world is going. When we look at the cost of hydrogen, and time will not allow us to look at markets because of time, otherwise you will also see how the both green, gray, blue, even pink hydrogen, because pink hydrogen is becoming a topic now with the French, how it's going to evolve.
I was talking to the people for, in GIZ very often, and this is now a point I would raise again and again, that we really need to have the theoretical skills, but also the practical skills. So we need a broad training in this kind of skills, and then you will see but it's not only the hydrogen, it's chemistry, is everything what is new and coming in the future, sustainable aviation fuel. You have a lot of things you have to have in mind. And so you need a good training and you need a skill, but the practical skills, not only the theoretical ones. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll hand over back to Dr. Sani.
Thank you very much, Professor Sam, and thank you very much, Professor Bridget. Thank you very much for this insightful and very enriching lectures and discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause to our brilliant facilitators. So we will be going to tea break for 15 minutes. And that will be an opportunity to network. I know people come from different agencies, and our facilitators, as well as our think tank investment expert, will be around for chit chat. And after the break, we will be resuming at 11:30. But before going to that, I want to use this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor, Alhaji Imam Kashim. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our guest of honor. So it's exactly 11:20, and we will be heading to the tea break, and expected to be back here at around 11:40. That's 20 minutes instead of 10 minutes. Thank you very much. So I know we are kickstarting the second segment of the program so that we can finish on time. So I'm going to hand over the mic to Professor Sam, who is going to take us through the second segment of the program. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope we had a nice break. All right. So in this next session, we will be looking at some economic activities. We will be considering the renewable energy generation cost. Remember that green hydrogen requires renewable energy. And so the renewable energy have an impact on the production of green hydrogen. So we're going to look at the renewable energy cost generation and development. Then we'll look at the production of cost of green hydrogen. There was a question with regards to the cost of the other type of hydrogen with green hydrogen. I think in this we will be able to show how things are going to evolve based on studies that have been made. Then we'll look at electrolyzer cost. At the moment, as we already mentioned, the alkaline, the PEM, and the solid oxide are the three main ones that we can say are available, but only the alkaline is a mature technology. PEM is in the market, but not yet fully matured, and then we will look at it. Then we'll look at scale up. Because of the time factor, our time seems to be shrinking. Each time we meet with Dr. Sani, our time is shrinking the more. So we'll try to just highlight key points, and then I will jump off some other things. So this is hydrogen potential projected to 2050, and we are looking at production requirement in millions of tons per annum. So if you look at these production targets, you can see that if you look at Europe, for example, this is North America, this is Namibia and South Africa, where we're expecting to be producing. This is the cost range that we anticipate we will be able to produce. So we'll probably produce between 1 to 1.2 US dollars per kg of hydrogen by 2050. This is a projection now, of course, you'll see. And we'll be able to be producing between 300 and 134 million metric tons of hydrogen. Let's look at where is, this is North and Central Europe. You see that the price range will still be fairly more expensive, and we will see why will the price be more in Europe than in Africa or than in Namibia, for example. Of course, North Africa is a great competitor in terms of Africa, because North Africa is quite close to Europe, and so they have an advantage with respect to transportation costs. What is the cost looking like? Whether you produce locally, is it cheaper to produce locally, or is it cheaper to import? And the importance of this slide is to show us, those of us that are interested in exporting this product, to know where are we going to export to. So if you look at, for example, these are different products. This is hydrogen, ammonia, synthetic kerosene, and methanol. You can see that definitely for Japan, it will be cheaper for them to import virtually their synthetic fuel. The same thing with ammonia. When you come to Germany, Germany will also need to import the ammonia, but they will produce a bulk of their hydrogen. They'll produce bulk of, I think this is Germany, they'll produce some of their hydrogen at home, but some of it they will have to import. So if you look at this half of the quadrant, it shows a lot of importation will be required. So it means that countries will be looking out, where can we get hydrogen at a cheaper price, or its derivatives. You can produce ammonia, you transport the ammonia to Europe or to wherever you need it even China will require some import as well, and then they can reconvert it back to hydrogen from ammonia. They'll again change it back to ammonia. And then there are different cost factors in terms of how you're going to transport it. Of course, the transportation of hydrogen by pipeline is cheaper up to a certain distance. After that distance, then you have to do by shipping and the rest of it. And of course, as I said, at times it's better to have hydrogen carriers to export the product. The question is, what are the biggest challenges to reduce the production cost of green hydrogen? Because the green hydrogen is the future. That's what most countries, developed countries, are looking for. They want to achieve carbon neutral or net zero by 2050, and so they have to do something. Okay, I won't explain this. This is the equation for levelized cost of electricity. It's the best way to compare the cost of different energy sectors, and I see the renewable energy experts are nodding their head very well, so I'm on the right track. And then I need to define some basic terminologies like the full load hour. How much full load of electricity do you have? And I think that's a big challenge for us in Nigeria, because you can have the machinery, but the power may not be there, you know. So yeah, so the full load hour is very crucial for the production and for the cost of your hydrogen. Full load hour is very important. And these are the factors that affect our full load hour: plant operating schedules, maintenance, shutdown, and the lack of power. Solar is in abundance, but at night you don't have solar. What else do you have at night in order to supplement or to complement your energy? So now let's look at the renewable energy generation cost, and I will not dwell a lot of time on this. The point we want to make with regards to renewable energy is that, when renewable energy was coming in, when she started to do renewable energies, because that was her first love, academic love, was photovoltaic. It was so expensive. I mean, an average person, a middle-class person, couldn't imagine installing a solar system on his rooftop. Right now, between 2010 and 2021, the cost of renewable energy have actually declined by about 88%. And you can have a solar heater. For heating, of course, direct concentrated solar heating is the best, more efficient. And then you can have a couple of solar panels. Just before coming, I went to get a quotation for a 5 megawatt of solar, 5 kilowatt of solar power to be installed. It's around 40,000 Namibian dollar. Divide that by 17, it will give you the equivalent in US dollars. And in Namibia, a middle class person can afford that. Apart from that, the banking sector now, the risks involved is much, much less. So in Namibia, for example, if you want to install solar panel on your rooftop, you can go to the bank and get a loan at a very good rate, and then you pay over time. And also we have a tie-in tariff, which means you install a meter where when you are not using the energy, or if you have excess of renewable energy, your meter goes in the opposite direction, and so you are more or less selling to the grid. So 5% even provide subsidy for people into this sector until the Chinese kind of took over. I don't want to use some words here because I know I'm being, they took over, and right now you can easily get solar modules from China. They started not too good quality. Right now you get any type of quality you want to get of the solar panels from China. So solar energy is becoming more and more affordable
I don't want to use the word cheaper, but at least it is affordable. So the modules drop by about 45% in 10 years. And then when you come down, you can see the bank rates, the cost you pay, it's depending, of course, on the country where you come from. It has also dropped. And then the installation and development cost, I don't know whether our vocational schools have special training for photovoltaics and stuff like that. We need that. You know, they do like plumbing, and they do the other thing, they should also do renewable energy. And on the renewable energy, since they work with unit standards, they can do photovoltaics, they can do wind, they can do biomass and biofuel and all of that. I mean, a lot of farmers in Namibia, they just produce their own gas. You know, they just collect all the animal dung and just put in the digester, they produce the gas and they use it. So if you have vocational people that can actually build this stuff, then we can begin to increase sources of energy instead of depending on the grid. I think, if you know, Namibia is quite a big size. It's slightly smaller than Nigeria in landmass, but we have less than 4 million people. So population density is 4 people per square kilometer. To give you context, Germany is about 230 people per square kilometer. So if you look at that, you know that we have a lot of landmass. All right? Because of that, our grid cannot, it's too expensive to put a whole grid for where you have a couple of 500 people in that village, and then you go several kilometers, then you meet another 1,000 group of people in one farm or a lodge there. So decentralized system works for us. Mini grids, you know, and now the legislation is working in such a way that up to a certain percentage you can generate electricity. Above that, you need a license, you know, and then if you go commercial, then of course the different licenses and permissions will be granted for that. So we anticipate that because of this green hydrogen hype and the move towards green hydrogen, that actually the installed capacity of renewables is going to jump. By 2040, it will jump by almost 83%, and by 2050, you can imagine what is going to happen. So, because you need renewable energy to produce green hydrogen. Green hydrogen, if you don't have renewable energy, you won't produce green hydrogen. Of course, the politically correct word is low carbon hydrogen, you know, but we all know that there will be standards. The standards are being worked out. I think they're almost out. What is green hydrogen, for example? So if Germany wants to buy hydrogen from us, they will tell you, well, these are the specifications for what we refer to as green hydrogen. If you want to sell to them, you have to meet those specs. So we must find out what is happening elsewhere, the big off-takers. This is the way we envisage, but let's look at the global demand. This is the global demand. You can see that global demand is about 25.9 US trillion that is required. Now, 2020, we were having like 2,727 gigawatts of renewable energy installed. It has jumped by 4% by the projection. By 2030, it will jump by 4%. And by 2050, following the net zero scenario, I have to qualify that. With the net zero scenario, we anticipate that renewable energy capacity globally will actually jump to that astronomical number. The earlier we start developing our renewable energy sector, the better. I tell my friends in Namibia, you know, we have young engineers that have their own private companies in engineering. I said, go into renewable. Just go into renewable, because the guys from Germany will not come who wants to produce hydrogen. They won't come there and now scratching their head to produce the energy. They'll come and say, do you have electricity? I want to buy. I want to buy to produce my hydrogen. And so a friend of mine whose company used to do like rooftop photovoltaics and maybe at best 5 megawatts of photovoltaic, just before coming to Nigeria, he called me and said, Sam, you won't believe this. Our little company have been approached to come up with a 300 megawatt solar energy. Now imagine what that company is going to employ more people. They're going to expand almost immediately because they were only doing 5 meg. Now they're going to do 300 meg. So renewable is very, very important. And I got this phrase from Professor Bridget when we were receiving our training on the GIZ. And I remember she said, listen guys, renewable, because without renewable, we cannot proceed. And that is, we want to really get into the world. So if you receive this slide, you can look at the projections. This is a study from ARENA. So these are studies from well-known organizations, so all these figures are not thumb sucking. They can see they have their own way of forecasting. And you don't prepare, what is going to happen in 10 years. You don't wait till you are close to 10 years before you prepare for it. So these figures are telling us where these things are going to be. And over here, you can see the various demands. So either you export green molecules or you export green electrons. Of course, green molecules will be more preferred because with green molecules, you can do several other things with your green molecules. So this is showing us a combination of solar and wind and where you can get full load hours, renewable energy full load hours. And the best places you can get renewable energy full load hours, if you can get up to, let's say, between 4,000 to 5,000 full load hours, it is very economical. And you can see this is the map. Let's concentrate on where we come from. Nigeria is here. So if you start going to Maiduguri, those sites, northeastern Nigeria, the solar irradiation is very good. Also, southern part of Katsina and also Sokoto, you will find that the solar irradiations there are really, really good, but not so much wind. So, but at least if you have the solar irradiations, you can produce hydrogen and use hydrogen on batteries as a combination, a hybrid system. Of course, I can brag a little bit about my home country, not my resident country. This is my home country, that is my resident country. So my resident country, they have the best combination at the coast here, which is called Ludris. There, the synergy of wind and solar is the best. It's like our sweet spot. And that's where the big project is going to be, the one I was talking to you about, the 3 gigawatt. That's where it's going to be located. Because you can see we can generate up to 5,000 full load hour. So that is very important. And of course, we talked about the different electrolyzers, the PEM and the alkaline. So there are, I think it's, which one have a quick start and a quick shutdown? The PEM. So that is the advantage of the PEM, that if you start it, it has a quick start and a quick shutdown, unlike alkaline. So, and the alkaline is more mature, which means the more full load hour you have, the more you can use your alkaline electrolyzer, which is more mature. So for 1 gigawatt of electrolyzer, you will require between 2 to 3 gigawatts of renewable energy. And you can either, if for example, if it's solar, you will need about 4 times, because solar, you have to compensate for the evening. This is wind, onshore wind, you will need like twice the capacity, and then only for offshore you can generate fully. But of course, you know, in Europe where they have the offshore, onshore, they are also very sensitive to their environment. Somebody will say, that thing looks so ugly, we don't want it there. You know, we don't have that luxury. So they have the luxury, we can generate the hydrogen and they can buy it. Okay, we need to develop. All right, What are the biggest challenges to reduce the renewable energy power cost in our country? I think that I will leave to you. Usually when we do this seminar, we have breakaway sessions, we discuss, we come back. It's a 3 days to 5 days seminar. So you can imagine what we are trying to do. We're trying to perform a miracle. Now let's look at production cost. And in fact, if I dwell on this slide for a while and maybe 2 other slides, that will be very, very helpful. So these are the various cost factors or the contributing factors to the cost of the production of hydrogen, like 1 kg. Down here are the factors that are not that critical in terms of their contribution to the cost, but are essential, are very important. So you have water cost, even if you're going to do desalination. Namibia will do desalination because we don't have enough groundwater. We cannot use fresh water for hydrogen production in Namibia. It has to be desalination. Nigeria is lucky in the sense that you can even get water from the air if you want, because they do it. There are systems now that you just get water from the air and you use compression, buildings, cooling. These are important, but not the critical ones. Then you come to the next critical ones in terms of contributing to the cost of 1 kg of hydrogen. You see, the full load hour is very crucial, and in fact, we will see how crucial that full load hour is. But there is something that is even more crucial. Then the contingency lifetime is important because lifetime also affects the full load hour. The longer your machine can work, the better. And at the moment, we are still, the technology is developing, and that's why I say the engineers, the researchers, by the way, we built a small electrolyzer, and now my students, I'm doing a lot with my undergraduate students and master students. I have 1 PhD student and a couple of master students and several undergraduate students, all doing little stuff because you have to get the experience before you now scale up. That's how they all started in Germany. And that's why I love working with Professor Shepard, because she is a hands-on person. She's a professor that starts building from small, and then it moves. If you go to her lab, you will see all the little things they have done: a car, a scooter, hydrogen car, all kinds of stuff. And the first time she introduced me to hydrogen, I was never interested. I went there because I visited their university as a visiting professor many years, I think since 2013, 2014. She would say to me, "Sam, come and see what we have done new." "Oh, a scooter, that's cool." Until it became a big thing in Namibia. And the first person I called was Bridget. I said, "Listen, I need you now." Because I was the only person with some hydrogen knowledge. And that's how we all started. Let me emphasize that network is important. And the network must be mutually beneficial. We are not beggars. We bring something to the table, they bring something to the table. And that's how collaboration works. We will talk a little bit more tomorrow at the conference when we're doing our joint presentation. So now we start going up. You see, EPC, engineering, procurement, is at the moment quite expensive. You cannot order for an electrolyzer, especially if it's a big electrolyzer. You can't order for it today and think you will get it next year. If you order now, it will take more than 1 year before you get it, because it's a lot of queue. Most of the projects in Namibia are still waiting for their electrolyzers. Okay, for Dowry's project, the electrolyzer have arrived. They just need to clear it from the port and take it to the site. But their money was even returned from the first person they wanted to buy from in Europe. And then they have to go to China. Start depreciation is important. All right? Start meaning, because stock is important. You know, you can start with a 1 kilowatt, say, electrolyzer, and then it's modular. You can scale it. And so the start is very important, but also the balance of the plant is important. The other ancillary things, you know, your compressors, your piping, all the other things that come together to produce is also at the moment quite expensive. Discounted rate on CapEx, because the risk is a bit high, the banks are like scratching their heads. So you want to produce hydrogen, really? Okay, well, we can give you a loan, but the risks, can you manage that? So that is really high. Electricity cost is one of the major, if not the key factor for the production of green hydrogen. How cheap is your renewable energy? It's the biggest driving factor. So the reason why Namibia is always smiling is because from the same square area, we can produce 3 times over the year energy than they can do in Germany, which means that our renewable energy will be much cheaper earlier than sooner, or sooner than earlier, whichever one, And so we have that advantage. Then this is, if you look at the combination of, let's take, for example, let's say the capex is 800. This is now for the electrolyzer, and then electricity cost. So just to show you the impact of electricity cost, if electricity cost is 0.07 euro per kilowatt hour, you can see what percentage it will be contributing. Now, just get it a little bit cheaper. Even if your capex is more, you see it becomes not that significant. So the cost of electricity is a very crucial one. And I think we will come to another slide that I'm very happy to show. This is just announced volumes of increase, announced volumes of production. Now, up to 2030, if you look at the production curve that is being announced, it's just growing. It tells you that low carbon hydrogen is a product that will, now I know I'm a Nigerian, so when I make a statement, I want you to know that I'm making it from the heart. We are a fossil fuel country, oil and gas. We thank God for that resource, but we need to develop this economy so that by the time the world started to insist that our planes require synthetic fuel, that we are able to provide it. We are the giants, let's call it, of Africa. Have you heard that statement before? Another one for you, giants of Africa. And it's 3 words, giants of Africa. We can, as she was saying, we can prolong our oil and gas sector by moving into synthetic, because that is what the green hydrogen is all about. It's moving into the synthetic. We have infrastructure already that Namibia, for example, doesn't have. The only thing we have in Namibia is storage facilities for the imported products. We have a lot of storage facilities, that's all. But now, of course, we have oil. They haven't started production yet. Total Energy is there, and a few other companies are there. But the volumes are ever increasing. And with the net zero scenario, it will become even more and more. So these are the scenarios. If we delay the transition, if we go the net zero scenario, so if we go net zero, it tells you countries that will be able to produce green hydrogen at 1.25 US dollars per kg by 2050. And you can see those are the areas. I was happy to see that we have a Nigerian there, and Nigeria will also be able to produce between 1.1 to 1.3. So if we decide we're going to harvest that, we can create valleys, hydrogen valleys. And in each valley, a particular project, we can, I'm sure we have the money to do the pilot project. We didn't have the money in Namibia. We had to go to the Germans and we got some money, and then private sector came in to bring in co-financing for the pilot projects. But Nigeria, we can do pilot projects on our own. We just need to commission it and get the people to do it, just to show, can we prove the concept? Not a big one. You don't need to start with a gigawatt. You know, I know we Nigerians who like big things. We can start with just small and get some professors involved, get some experts from outside. Let them work together. Let this knowledge be exchanged and let it continue to build up and develop it. We can easily do that. Okay, these are different scenarios. This is also showing us how the costs will evolve in terms of renewable energy, because you can see that the cost of renewable energy have a direct impact on hydrogen production. Now, this is a very interesting graph, again, that shows you that this is the beginning capital. Let's say this is your investment. Imagine we have the cost of renewable energy to be $40 per megawatt hour, fixed. And then you have a couple of systems, all right? The capex here start very high, over $8 per hydrogen, and you have the lowest here. And this is full load hour. Can you see that by the time you get to 4,000 full load hour, your initial investment begin to have little effect on your cost of hydrogen, which means the cost of your electricity and the full load hour is important. Now let's take another scenario where we have the same capex, but the cost of energy varies. Because the cost of energy varies, you can see that irrespective of your full load hour, the cost of hydrogen will still be high, which means countries with cheaper renewable energy will be able to produce cheaper hydrogen. That's what it means. So I think we are actually done with the with that. Let's go to the to how the electrolyzer cost is evolving, or the development. Also, that we will just look at it not too lot. So the evolution of electrolyzers installed capacity. So you have that if we, this is now project for net zero scenario, we're talking $1,000 per kilowatt of electrolyzer. And so this costs, if things move in the right direction, they'll start to drop. At the moment, the capex share of your levelized cost of hydrogen is still very high compared to your blue or gray hydrogen. It's still very, very high. However, with the net zero scenario, we anticipate capex reduction in this format, as you can see from this graph. We're saying that which electrolyzer capacity increase in 2023 by 15%. At the moment, the electrolyzer producers are completely overwhelmed with requests. So with time, and there are more people coming into the field. I was at a trade fair in Frankfurt, and I saw that I went to the Chinese stand. I was just in the hydrogen area, and the Chinese stand, they are not sleeping. And the Japanese, you remember they even came to see us, the Japanese are also not sleeping. There are different players that are coming in to produce the technology. The Japanese, they already know that they cannot produce competitive hydrogen. They will rely on import. So, you know what the Japanese will do? They have technology. They'll probably produce electrolyzers, which we need to buy from them. But once you have so many players coming into the electrolyzer field, the capex will begin to drop. This is again showing the historical capacities, electrolyzer manufacturing capacity. It has almost doubled between 2021 and 2023. So I would say when it comes to green hydrogen, we've reached the tipping point. It's not, the ifs have been almost sorted out. Okay. So this is the critical material that are needed for this. Again, we have a lot of minerals. somebody said that God loves us so much that virtually every mineral, everything that he was giving every country, he decided, oh, Nigeria is there, we got a bit of it. These are the critical minerals that are required, and you can see the alkaline electrolyzer actually needs nickel, zirconium, and then the PEM is a little bit more expensive materials, platinum and iridium, and then the solid oxide electrolysis cells. So what do you need to produce electrolyzer? And some of the countries that are producing electrolyzers still need to import these minerals. So in Namibia, there is a whole committee, there is an MOU and a roadmap between the EU, not just Germany, but between the EU and Namibia on critical critical metals for hydrogen. I happen to be on that committee, and we actually sit with the representative of the EU heads on that committee, and we are monitoring how things are moving with regards to critical raw materials that they require and how we can sell. So there is a lot of, they provide training. There are all kinds of things that are happening in Namibia, all kinds of things. You know, they provide scholarships and trainings, and we provide the land, and we provide the enabling environment for the business, and they are off-takers. We have other off-takers, so it's a win-win scenario. So these are the critical materials, and these critical materials are very important and are very key in terms of the electrolyzers. Yeah, so this is the development cost of type of electrolyzers. For example, this is, if you look at the different elements, the membrane, the gasket, the electrodes, the bipolar, how the cost of these various aspects will contribute to the cost of electrolyzer. So by 2020, these were still very expensive, especially the membranes. And then now we anticipate that by the time we move to 2030, that there will be a kind of a reduction because more research is going on. In fact, I believe that the electrolyzers we have in the market today, that there are newer ones that are waiting for the ones that are in stock to be cleared, so that, you know, because you don't want to bring a new one and then you can't sell the old one, because they invest a lot in R&D, which we hardly do. They invest a lot in R&D. Cost factor base and advanced for stack of AI and PEM. This is again looking at the stack. If you look at the various cost factors, this is the baseline, because this is, which is this should be 20. Okay, this is the baseline. Then you have your material cost, you have your labor, you have your manufacturing, and you have your overhead. And all of these factors, this is the bottom-up model, this is the PV, this is the financial report. These are different models, so you find out that different studies coming up with different projections, and this is how we anticipate it to look like. This is just an empirical assessment of how these cost factors will go in terms of stack. This is for the alkaline, and then this is for the PEM. At the moment, the PEM is very expensive because it is not yet a mature technology, but hopefully looking at the net zero, that the prices will also go down and down. So if you look at the curve of the cost of these factors is actually on the decline. It's on the decline. And there is nothing that stops Nigeria from also attracting companies to produce electrolyzers here. Siemens, I was asking them when they did a presentation to us and said, oh, okay, are you coming to do some production in Namibia? They actually thinking about it, because I said, it's cheaper to produce your product closer to the sun, where it will be needed, you know? So we see, and cheaper labor for them. Africa have much, our labor is much cheaper. So this is alkaline and PEM electrolysis system cost for different system capacities in 2020, which is this in 2020, and these are the projections in 2030. So if you look at the PEM, in 2030, there will be a kind of a drop. This is like a 100 megawatt of PEM. 2020, we anticipate it will drop to about less than about 500, let's say, US dollars per kilowatt of electrolyzer. So if you want a 1 gigawatt electrolyzer, you have to multiply that by 10 raised to the power 9 to get the cost. All right. This is just an outlook and scale up of hydrogen production locations. I told you that Namibia only have Chile as a competitor in terms of solar irradiation. However, we have better wind resources than they have. So we are able to have a synergy of solar and wind. So Chile will be able to, with time, produce at 1.9 using solar wind. Morocco, 2.6 to 2.3 using solar and wind. Then you have Australia and all the other factors. But this is just to show you the areas that are attractive for regional green hydrogen production. And these studies are going on, and based on these studies, people are now looking at, okay, where can we go to get cheaper hydrogen? Importers, exporters. So where you have a combination of wind and solar, you get the best, because it means at night the wind kicks in. In the day you have the sun, at night you can then have the wind. Projected levelized cost of hydrogen by 2050, which is the net zero scenario, you can see that some countries may even be able to produce at 0.6 US dollars per kg. Hopefully, that's the anticipated, and you can see all the blues from deeper blue to lighter blue will still be. The magic number is actually the 1 US dollars per kg that everybody's anticipating. Let's get to at least 1 US dollars per kg. What is a liter of PMS in US dollars? It's less than 1 US dollars. Okay. In Namibia, it's more than 1 US dollars. So this is again showing us the cost, the outlook in terms of cost of production. And just remember that some of the studies didn't cover all the other parts. So once they don't indicate, it means that the study did not cover that. But could be that we can have between 0.6 at 0.8 to 1.6 US dollars per kg of hydrogen in most part of the world, which is mainly driven by renewable energy. So what are the main drivers for future cost reduction for green hydrogen? Here we are. Economics of scale can be achieved by increasing the size of electrolyzer facilities, your start manufacturing cost. So we anticipate that with time, or let's say by 2050, there are some of the key factors. The electrolyzer cost will drop when more players come into it and more production is happening. Electrolyzer efficiencies will increase, because right now it's one of the areas of R&D to increase the efficiency of electrolyzers. Renewable energy costs will further go down. So the lifetime of electrolyzers will increase. At the moment, the lifespan can be increased, so lifespan will increase. Full load hour, if you have, where you have sufficient full load hour, weighted average cost of capital would start to come down once the banks realize, okay, this is the business the people are interested in. We have to also participate. So when this cost drops, electricity cost, weighted average drop, you have improved efficiency, cost, full load hour, then the cost of hydrogen per kg will begin to drop. So these are the key factors. Okay, this is talking about the green hydrogen production cost, about 85% reduction of green hydrogen production cost in the future is anticipated. It's still the same story. And if you look at these maps here, it shows you that the different aspect, methanol production, how will the cost go at the moment? If you look at 0 per tons of CO2 scenario, when they don't charge, then it's just going. And then once they start charging for the CO2, you know, in Europe, there is a CO2 tax, right? So once the tax on CO2 increases, then things will start to increase, and then the fossil-based production cost, which remains at this, but you can see then that there will be some kind of overlap. Then we go to this scenario here for ammonia. This is methanol. For ammonia, with the tax, the fossil fuel will move up. And so you start having cheaper from renewable source using hydrogen. And then if you look at, this is also synthetic fuel scenario. And this is the scenario for your, this is for the local hydrogen. So we need very low levelized cost of energy, like below 30 euro per megawatt hour, to generate an attractive green hydrogen production cost. At the moment, the blue and the gray hydrogen are still very, very cheap compared to the green hydrogen. So looking at the electrolyzer that is needed, you have methanol, ammonia, synthetic aviation fuel. So the current global market demand is these figures. You can see about 100,000 or million metric ton, 180 million metric ton of ammonia. Synthetic fuel is increasing. Usually we have some sectors that are very hard to abate, that are very hard to decarbonize, like flying, like shipping, and some of those sectors that are very hard to decarbonize, we will have to find a way of solving their problem. And synthetic fuel will then become a very important product, because that will be the only way to decarbonize our flying. All right? How many electrolyzers do we need in order to meet our demands capacity? So we need an increment of about 67 of the current capacity in order to meet the demand that we are going to go. Okay. You mean with for the yes of the product of the electrolyzers? Of course, of course. What will be the actual cost? You the cost? Yeah. Yeah. Well, you see, because what we have here is looking at the current global market demand. This is global market demand. This is the fossil fuel CO2 footprint, which we are looking at, the footprint, which shows you the footprint. And this is also the demand, hydrogen, 1 million tons of hydrogen that is needed to produce this methanol. So the actual price is not really shown in this slide. However, currently you find that hydrogen is about, green hydrogen is about what, 8 euros per kg? About 12 euros. so about 12 euros per kg, and the gray and blue is probably, so you see, so the gap is still much. Yes. So, but wait a minute. So that is the gap at the moment. However, if the net zero scenario, which is what we are looking at, is being played, meaning that a lot of countries will begin to put carbon tax, which means they'll raise the carbon tax. And when they raise the carbon tax, it means the more CO2 you produce, the more you pay for production of 1 kg of hydrogen. So those are the factors we are looking at as you proceed from now towards 2030 and 2050. So looking at the price now may look as if, is it worth it? But we don't plan, you have to plan ahead. The technology that is coming in 10, 20 years, you have to produce it now if you want to be in the game. And that is the situation, and that's what we need to really, really look at. That do we really want to be in the game? If yes, okay, then we have to start working now to be able to meet up with that target. And knowing the factors that affect the cost of green hydrogen, we can start, you know, not in large scale, but at least start and see, develop the know-how, develop the technology, start to see how the economy will develop. We need to also know the transportation, because hydrogen is, okay, production, storage, transportation, utilization. So all of these aspects we need to look at when we're developing our roadmap. How will the whole value chain look like? So that is very important. But CO2 avoidance cost of at least 70 euro per tons of CO2 in the case of methanol, and 175 in the case of synthetic aviation fuel is needed. So this is the forecast that once it's of this range, then they'll start to break the gray and the blue hydrogen. All right. So that is required.
This abundant cost, is it what cement company in Germany are doing right now? They want the same thing. They're trying to go green cement.
Green cement, yes. So in the industry, cement and the steel manufacturing are two also very hard to abate sectors. So once they start charging very high carbon tax, then the current method will no more be viable. In Namibia, we already produce green iron using hydrogen. Yes. So instead of your blast furnace that we learn in high school, you know, now we have to use, instead of coal or coke, we have to use now hydrogen for the reduction of iron. And in fact, at the, I think Alaji was there. Who else was at the beginning of the summit? Our hydrogen commissioner handed a piece of green iron that was the first product to the former first lady, because her husband was the one who started this whole green hydrogen thing. So she's got this tiny piece which she will now keep for the remembrance of her husband. So it's happening. It's no longer in the air. It's something that is tangible.
You have some policies in Namibia that makes it more competitive. Yeah, so you said you have 4 million inhabitants in Namibia.
Yeah.
And one person, you have a larger square mile
Yeah.
in terms of coverage.
Mhm.
And also you said something about your exchange rate being somewhere divided by...
It's about 17 to the US dollars, yeah.
17 to the US dollar. That makes Namibia more competitive than in Nigeria. You know, bearing the fact that if you just look at those figures I just gave you, so when it comes to the manufacturing side of things, Namibia might be better off at this point in time. But we have to look at certain policies in Nigeria that makes us uncompetitive when it comes to this kind of sector. Because we are uncompetitive. If you look at just the devaluation perspective, because you mentioned something about, if you go back to slide 58.
Okay, we are now in the Q&A, it seems. I think we can then do the Q&A, then later you come, because time is also running against. Okay, let's see.
I think this is crucial, so stick to this.
Yeah.
I just show what is already available on the market, but these are essential questions, so you really should dig into them. So I can say, oh, he still might have it's okay. I think this is more essential.
Okay, so
Yeah.
remember when I asked you that first question, I made emphasis on what you said manufacture.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at this graph here, you
Yes.
have the manufacturing sector, which, from my own perspective, looking at this, it looks very minute on this on the baseline side. So
Yeah.
the gray sector, which is manufacturing.
Yeah.
So how did you then arrive at this when we know that for us to or for Namibia or for your country to improve,
Yeah.
you need to improve manufacturing and electrolysis.
Yes.
But why is it so minute here compared to material sector
So,
and the labor sector?
yeah, so this is the cost factor. All right, this is the cost factor on the stack of AE and PEM. That's the alkaline electrolyzer and the PEM. What are the cost factors? Materials cost, all right, then labor, then manufacturing, all right, yes, then overhead in producing, all right. So these are the factors that we are looking at. This is like the baseline. This is if you have to use, this is bottom-up model, this is the PV. If you need PV, then you need 4 by 2 by 1, which means you need like 4 times the capacity of PV in order to produce, if you have, let's say, 1 gigawatt of electrolyzer. And then this is the financial reports. Again, this is all about the finances that must go into the stack. We're talking about the total stack cost.
But don't you think
So-
the manufacturing cost will be as high as well? Because I'm looking at it, looks from your chart, it just says the manufacturing cost won't be as high. The cost factor for the manufacturing side.
Yeah, yes, I see. It's a 2 there. Yeah. Because you need more the materials. So the materials will cost a lot than the manufacturing. Yeah. Yes.
My question is sorry. My question is
Yeah, we can have Q&A now. Yeah.
my question is on these. You talked about wind because you stay in Nigeria. You said Sokoto.
I'm Nigerian.
Right.
Not that I said. Please. Yeah.
You talked about Sokoto, Maiduguri.
Yeah.
To produce those solar power because
The solar irradiations around those areas, you can get close to 5 to 6 kilowatt hour per square meter. Let's see.
No, not this one.
This is okay. No, I'm coming. I will. Just a moment.
I think you just explained before this one.
Yeah.
Yes, my question is on this. You told us concerning Sokoto, Maiduguri,
Yeah.
give us solar because the load hour is essential in key manufacturing sector.
Yeah.
And we lack that load hour. And you said wind, you talked about Namibia as a case study, that the wind in the sea at that point.
Add to that, yeah.
Again, add to the ninth production.
Yes.
The ninth, the solar will be down.
Yeah.
The wind production. I am thinking that probably if in Nigerian scenario, the solar could save in the night, if we're going to do that, while the wind from the delta, this coastal environment will not build up. Because if we have a total number of load hour, we could produce more.
Yes.
We're building our hydro power system, our gas. If we blend this because we are going to renewable energy, if we have the solar and we have the wind, in blending together, can we get there?
So it depends whether you want to transmit wind energy from the delta all the way to the north, but otherwise you can still use solar, and then you have a storage for the night. The storage could be batteries, depending different types of battery system, but you can also have fuel cells. So which means that some of the hydrogen you're producing can be used at night to actually run your electrolyzer. So the only thing is for, if you're using only solar, then you need like 4 times of installed capacity to run, let's say 1 gigawatt of electrolyzer, you will need like 3 or 4 gigawatts of solar. Because then you need to store for the night. Yes. Yes.
First one is S-72.
Okay.
Why is not C higher? The not C, the value for both the utility of the grain and this, why is it higher? 42 and not C?
Why will the cost?
No,
oh,
yes.
Why is it higher? Because they will be relying mostly on wind, and wind cost. Yeah, and the cost of wind is actually more than solar.
Especially of sea.
Especially of sea. So the cost generating renewable energy with wind is also not that cheap. Yeah.
But if they have both, like Morocco, they have both.
Yeah. Yeah. You see Morocco, they have solar, they have wind.
And you have the advantage that you are very close to Europe.
Yes. Yeah. They can actually send their hydrogen by pipeline.
So the size typical, if you are going more than 5,500
kilometers, yeah.
No longer to the pipeline, so you have to go to shipping. And the Americans and the Egyptians, and these are the areas they are very eager. From Egypt, there's already a pipeline going to Italy, and from Morocco, they have several pipelines going. So that's their selling point.
Yeah.
An
average? Average cost of electrolyzer for the alkaline is probably between 600 to 1,000 euro per kilowatt hour by kilowatt of electrolyzer.
In more you buy, you can go down to 300 if you are going beyond 100 megawatt.
Yeah. So if you, let's say you want 1 kilowatt hour of electrolyzer, the electrolyzer cost itself without the other ancillaries will be like 1,000 euro per kilowatt of electrolyzer.
For a small size.
Yeah, up to 10 megawatts. Then
Bigger,
when you are going bigger, then the price drops. Yes.
so this is 300 euros.
Price drops. So let's say you are doing mega or giga, then the price per kilogram of per kg kilowatt electrolyzer will drop. But for the smaller one, yeah.
The components for the balance of plant become less expensive. If you are going very small, then you have a lot of cost for the balance of plant. If you are going huge, then the price for the electrolyzer drops and the
Plant.
of the plant drops and the cost for the balance of plant drops.
Yeah.
So we're looking at production of hydrogen from methanol and
No.
The
other way around, right?
Yeah, the other way around.
I thought of getting hydrogen from water.
But that's what we've been talking.
There's a different, there could be a different framework. I'm just thinking from the material side of things. If you then are so focused, if we are so focused on the electrolysis part of things, my understanding is there could be a slightly different way. So is there any other option we have looked at, or this is predominantly the option?
At the moment, the production of hydrogen by electrolysis is the preferred non-polluting method, and most of the lectures we've given today are based on that. There are things that are still in the research domain, where, for example, using photocatalytic or photosynthesis, also thermolysis, and different other methods that are being used to split the water, or using biofuel bases to also produce hydrogen. So if you produce biofuel from plant and you're able to split it even by steam methane, it will still be green, because hopefully the plant have absorbed sufficient CO2 that what you release using the plant is not, it's like balancing up the CO2 in the atmosphere. But again, that's why we said that when the standards for what is green comes out, then you know whether you can use that method or not. Because we also need source of carbon. Remember, synthetic fuel requires that you have hydrogen, but you also need carbon to produce your synthetic crude oil, from where you can now produce your aviation kerosene. So the carbon must come from a sustainable source. So you can't just fell trees and get carbon out of them if it's not sustainable. So you must find out what is the most sustainable way for us to get our carbon for the synthetic fuel. So now we're looking at hydrogen, but we'll come to synthetic. I think, lady now, please. You should even have a mic.
Thank you very much. We've been talking about solar and wind, and we are talking about the comparative advantage of a country. In Nigeria, we have waste. Why are we not considering waste to power the electrolyzer as a source of energy to power the electrolyzer for cheaper hydrogen?
So she's talking about converting our waste for energy. You know, maybe you want to answer that, because I'm thinking now that waste, the energy that comes from there is methane. So yeah, so now you have the methane. You can then split the methane using steam methane reforming, of course, to get hydrogen from that, but you can as well just use the gas for cooking or something like that. You know, so because when we look at the quantities that we need, it all depends on how our waste management system works for us to be able to generate sufficient energy from that. But is it also, if it is defined as renewable, if that is defined as renewable, at the moment, I am not 100% sure whether that is defined as renewable, but whether that can be used.
As long as you know about the carbon dioxide.
Okay.
I think for a 200 million population like us, I think that sector is well into the challenges we face currently.
Yeah, if it's well organized, and yeah, it will. Yeah.
But if it goes well, we will get to use it.
Yeah.
We will use it because we have it in abundance.
I actually thought she was going to bring up the issue of the hydro power, because we have Kanji, right? So hydropower is not that cheap, but it's renewable. Yes. One more question, then. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just want us to look at the issue the lady raised. She is talking about generating probably hydrogen from biomass. Yes, we can generate methane from biogas. That is, we can generate biogas from biomass. We have a lot of organic waste to generate that. But after the generation of methane, it means that we still have to convert the methane to hydrogen, which is the same thing as converting natural gas to hydrogen, which means we are still producing blue hydrogen if we capture all the CO2 emitted. Otherwise, we are not producing gray hydrogen. So there is no difference between producing hydrogen from biomass and then producing hydrogen from our natural gas, which is from fossil fuel.
Yeah, I think the difference, sorry, let me just say that one of the difference is that now fossil fuel is fossils that have been buried for millions of years. But the waste she is talking about is waste that have just been generated. So that makes a huge difference. All right, that makes a huge difference. And so I will allow her to speak, and then you can proceed with the applications.
Thank you very much for the question. I think that was an essential one. Again, one issue with waste is that we had a lot of water, and we have to bring out the water. So we can use the water for the electrolysis for doing green hydrogen, and we can using the biogas coming from the waste. And with the view of an outsider, not knowing so much about your economy, I'm wondering a little bit, because we are showing the big picture, and you have two chances. You can use the chance to start in this field also for the world market, but you have also what you are talking about, the inside view. You can take all these technologies to the inside, to the people, to start from the small businesses. And now again, we are with the hydrogen villages. You can start with a waste plant, and then you become shifting the blue into the green. And the technologies are similar, partly. What is needed is to find out have And thank you. Together with some storage, you can also put remote power stations for, let's say, for telecommunication and things like this. And what we also do, we have a kind of box, what we call emergency power supply for crisis, when we have floodings and things like this. So this is, you have a lot of different types, stationary or on the mobile side. Please quiet. And this is not just a dream. This is reality. This plane, this one, will start 2028, the rollout. And now they are doing the packaging. They are now learning where to put the hydrogen, where to bring in all the necessary things to run this type of plane. It's not going to the US from Europe. It's working 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers. That is what we can do there. And in the beginning, we will only have 100 packs. 100 people can use it. But this is what they are working in. And you see, this one is with the blended wing body is because the hydrogen is in the wings as a liquid. So they are using liquid hydrogen. Here we use two supplies. We will use the liquid hydrogen and the gaseous form. And you see, this is already on the run. So they know they will start 2028 with the first flight of a large one. Smaller ones already are flying. So they know what they're doing. They know the powertrain and things like this. And so this is the challenge still considerable, because they are not only thinking about CO2 emission to reduce, they also have to think about NOx, the contrails, and so on. And you can take your time afterwards to have a look what they are thinking about, and you can find it here. So I put in everything so you can find it here to get a clear picture what is already possible. In Brazil, you know that's also a very big country, and they have small planes flying to several places. There are places where they produce their own kerosene, electrolysis, and they have CO2. Now we are going back to your waste. Maybe you have your country is also not so small, so maybe you have areas where it would be nice not to bring in, but you have a lot of oil. Maybe it's not the best solution for you. But in other countries, it might be. So you have to look what's going on here. Go ahead. So this is 2023. This truck is a battery one. This truck is a complete battery. That's hydrogen. I was wondering, but I have written it. I know it. This is the hydrogen, and this is a hybrid. It's a combination. And what is the in between? It depends how far this heavy-duty vehicle needs to drive. And this is there. So it's not a dream. It's on the streets and it's tested. Go ahead. And this is the project I already mentioned. This is the JIVE project. So in the town I'm living, there's the schooling or the education for the drivers to drive buses like this. And this, you see here, fuel cell buses, they are coming more and more. And you see they already have more than 3 million kilometers, and they are working now quite well. But please have in mind, these are all new technologies, and all technologies might cause sometimes trouble. You have to rethink them. You have to advance them. So it's not something what you easily get. You really have to learn about them, how to handle them, and things like this. But they are there. You can buy them in Europe. That's inclusive the infrastructure which is needed to use this kind of buses. And why is this? Just look here. You see, this is the heavy-duty vehicles in Europe. heavy-duty vehicles in the area I'm coming from. Mine traffic occurs in Central Europe. So here in our area, we have a lot of 86 billion kilometers annually driven by these high-duty vehicles, and they make, go ahead. You see, this is what they produce on CO2. They are 5% of the vehicles in the market, but they produce 27% of CO2. And looking at this, you see we have an urgent need to get rid of the internal combustion engine. So, and now you see the regulations, and they are really strict. So, key facts on emission regulations is saying to you that you have to pay a lot of money if you do not reach the numbers which are essential. You see, this is low emission, and this is what they have to reduce. And when they don't do it, for each gram above this number, they have to pay 4,000 euros. This is law. Each gram. We are not talking about blue sky. We are talking about a law. And this is so you know where the drive is coming. And how we need to get out of the fossils. So now you know where the pressure on our side is. So please go ahead. What are the challenges? I stick to the transport to make sure that we really need hydrogen from the outside. We can produce maybe 50% in Germany, and this is European law, not only German law, it's European law. We have battery end of use. What are the hurdles for the challenge? And you see, this is Daimler-Benz, and the key point is the infrastructure. So the key point is the infrastructure for this kind of electric-driven vehicles. And you see zero-emission vehicles, penetration low and high, what is needed. And one of the points is refueling efficiency and H2 production. So the market and the grid, we have just talked about today about the production, but we have to transport it. And I can tell you we have a grid, and natural gas grid, and 70% of this natural gas grid can be used for hydrogen. It can be refurbished. So in 2035, we have a complete hydrogen grid with more than 53,000 kilometers. So what we are doing today with natural gas, we will tomorrow do with hydrogen. But someone had to fill the grid with hydrogen. And maybe this is your chance. So, and you see, this is what Daimler is doing, and you will see it in a minute. Why hydrogen mobility in trucking? You see, hydrogen helps. This is a battery electric driven car. And you see what you can transport. The recharging, the weather, and batteries, to be honest, this is also my experience, really have a problem with the temperatures and the environments. So you have this, and you have the big chance, because your decentralized energy system might growing. We have always the stress if you are putting this kind of vehicle onto the grid. And you don't have this with the hydrogen. It's the same thing we have all days. We can refill this car in 15 minutes, and then you drove 1,200 kilometers, and that's it. It's like a diesel. And battery technology is very, very different from a diesel. Go ahead. So if you're using hydrogen and fuel cells, then we have less weight, longer range, and rapid refilling. This is what you can take in. And if you are going to have electric-driven vehicles, and this is from the Daimler consortium, this is from Celtronic, this is the way why they are developing. And it's not only the Daimler, all companies, all large companies who are producing heavy-duty vehicles, they are into this field. For passengers car, you can stick to the battery, but not for heavy duty. Go ahead. So, you see hydrogen refueling and so on, and you see powertrain costs. This is what everybody is looking now, and they are rolling out part of the infrastructure. I don't like to dig into all the things. I will give you a flavor what the hydrogen is needed for and where everybody is waiting that we can bring in the hydrogen. And you are maybe lucky you had a lot of space in Namibia, not in Germany. So you see the recharging infrastructure requires 10 to 15 times if you are using hydrogen, less space. And we don't have the space in Germany, as you heard, we had a lot of people living there. Okay, so infrastructure is a challenge. Go ahead. And I hope I gave you a flavor. Can you go? I think it was, yeah. Here, of this. And again, you have the energy density, and this is, I think, a slide, because this is one of the points what will come next. At the moment, liquid hydrogen is very high, but Japan gets their hydrogen from Australia by liquefying the coal, the lignite coal, and bring it as liquefied hydrogen. This is green hydrogen done in Japan. But the start point was lignite, a very brown coal, very cheap and not very nice coal. But the Australians scrapped the CO2 and put it down to us. And you see aviation petrol plus, and you see aviation, the batteries never will do it, but the hydrogen plus storage will do it. Yeah. This was my last slide. Okay, go ahead.
So I saw that slide where you had, sorry, Ross. I saw that slide where you had an aggressive target for 2025, 2030 in terms of what Germany or what Europe has to achieve. You said it was about 4,000 euros per gram.
Yeah.
Over there. So my question is just very direct. In terms of partnership between the Republic of Germany and the Republic of Nigeria, what kind of partnership does the German government or the German companies need with the Nigerian government and the Nigerian people and communities so that Germany can achieve that target?
Maybe we show it tomorrow. Okay. The first thing is trust. The first thing is trust. Because if we help, and it is a two-way road, it's not a one-way road. What we trying to do is clearly to bring the knowledge, and you give us the trust that you really do it. Not talk about it, do it. Build it up, learn it. In the beginning, it's expensive, for sure. Ask me for the photovoltaics, I can tell you stories. Okay, look what is going on in Saudi Arabia, what they are doing there. They just do it. At the beginning, we take step by step, start with a small project, and then help the German government to believe that you really stick to our goals, but not our goals, the joint goals. That you say, we need this, we would like to build this, you can come in and we participate both. This is so it's a win-win situation, like in Namibia. We are only looking for win-win situations. That's it.
So what you need from Nigeria is one word.
Trust. Yeah, trust. And you see, if you are not passionate to do it, let it be. Not working with us, because when we start, we would like to bring it to an end. And you see, we are open with our knowledge. We really think that the next technical revolution, what we are seeing here, and we have to share. We have only one world, and in the years Behind us, we were spoiling the world with CO2. And now we have to find, we are together with you, and you have a big continent. You're not only, you can do the rollout to the continent. And this continent is able to, to enhance to the standards which is common for us. And we have to help that everybody can live on our standards. And this is this technology. I think this is the first thing I ever saw that I believe. You see, I started with photovoltaics, and I really believe that this technology, it's not done tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We need 30 years, like in photovoltaics. But when we start today, we have it in 40 years. And then everybody can live on the energy, do what it's needed for its own country, and can export, and we have a real partnership. We are looking for partnerships. That's the point behind it.
Sorry, we would like to use a very short time to do a little bit of assessment and also a little quiz, if you don't mind. You know, we are teachers. After that, we can take some more questions. So can you join the Slido again? You know, those of you that have been here, just scan the code and join it, please. Please don't run away because the quiz is coming after this. This is just for us to have an impression of how this is going. We prepared a lot of materials, but unfortunately time is not in our favor. So, and just on the last point that Professor Shepard was talking about, I think when you also engage with other countries for partnership, you must know what you want, because they are clear what they want. They go to the table, they already know exactly what they want. And if the negotiation is not going to give them what they want, they will walk out. So we must also be sure of what we want when we go to the negotiation table. And it must be a win-win situation. No two ways about that. Have we scanned? Okay. I think it can also be, let's see. Oh no. You can still scan it. It's still, and then once you, no, I'm sorry, yeah. So this is the first one. Use one word to describe the Abuja Masterclass. The short version. Yeah. We wish we would have you for 2 days. Then there will be more engagement, and
we can schedule another one.
Yeah, we hopefully Fostria will organize some one that we can even do virtually, and it will be over days. In the evenings, you knock out from work, you join. We have like 2 hours. We do it for a couple of days. That's how we do the summer winter school. We have a virtual winter summer school. Germany, Namibia. So now we can add Nigeria to the.
Trust me, we're all volunteering.
Well, the Namibians were joining in. In fact, we have over 11 countries participating in this winter summer school, and it was always after work, and they were there. We had over 60 to 70% attendance.
Very unique.
Okay.
Very unique. By the time you spend 9 hours in the Nigerian office, you are burnt out.
Really?
So just give us 2 or 3 days, the session here.
Oh, so we have a special one for the Nigerian.
I'm telling you.
Okay, we will.
The velocity and the momentum of these kind of things, you need to be calm so you can assimilate and understand.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now, the next one is, what additional knowledge have you gained in this workshop? It's the same QR code, so you just see the new question. This just helps us to know whether we have made any impact.
My philosophy as a teacher is that I haven't taught if learning have not taken place. Okay? Yeah. This will also help us with the subsequent one that we will plan for, the special one for the Nigerian. Nigerian. If somebody can get me some words in Hausa for green hydrogen, it will be nice. Yeah, so we will look at all of these, and because today we were actually supposed to also cover issues of how to develop policy, what are the new requirements for this new field, but as we said, yes. Okay, please go ahead. There's an announcement here, please.
Hello. Please, a ring was found in the restroom of a ladies, and if you are the owner of the ring, you could meet my colleague down there. Raise up your hand, please.
Ring or carry?
A ring. Or at the front of the hall.
Is it a gold ring?
I do not know the specification.
Okay. All right. So can we get? I think we can stop this, and then we will go and do a little bit of quiz. You know, when you come to school, they ask you, so what did you learn? Where is the quiz? I have a little quiz, just 5 questions. And now, when you join, you can join with an alias or with your first name. Because at the end of the day, there will be some celebration, hopefully. It will soon give you the QR code. This is always the fun part, when I get to ask the questions. Okay, somebody have joined already. It's my fun thing. I do.
Do we have other applications?
Do we have?
Other applications?
I have to ask Alaji. I have to ask him. Yeah, I'll find out.
So Daniel and David out.
Yeah, yeah. No, they can't see the quiz. They're supposed to just join, isn't it? Yeah. Huh? You join, you wait, then the questions will come. Yeah, why is it not showing? It's supposed to show. But did you? Yeah, you scan. You scan again, and then you register with your name. The Q&A. Okay, this is the Q&A. Where is? Oh my goodness! I think this is. No, not the Q&A, it's the quiz. What is happening?
Is this a question?
Back to the host? No.
Differential between fuel cells and
No, I'm coming. It's supposed to be. Okay, let me just see quickly what is happening. Because it's
regarding
sitting.
the question of fuel cell and electrolyzer. The electrolyzer is producing the hydrogen and the fuel cell is using the hydrogen. So it's the other way around. Electrolyzer, in the end, you have hydrogen and oxygen, and in the fuel cell, you take in I have to say the electrolyzer needs electricity to produce hydrogen, and you take the hydrogen and the air and the oxygen out of the air, and then you produce electricity. So it's exactly the other way around of splitting water, you're producing water.
Okay, I see that now you're able to join. Ah, what happened? What happened?
We just close our eyes for this.
Okay, maybe you should. Which question is it?
They are too shy.
Oh no, let's see.
These are the answers.
Let's see what happened. I think I didn't, something went wrong. So you all saw the answers? Oh my goodness.
So everyone passed because you know the answers. You see it there, okay. You have to see it. Great.
Okay.
I think we can stop this.
Oh, the people have actually joined. I see now the names. This is what he's supposed to do. Oh, okay. So many people have joined the quiz now. Okay, we will still see how it goes. About 21 people. Okay, now answer this. It gives you 30 seconds to answer.
It's not here. Do we answer on the screen now?
No, it should be on your phone. Okay, refresh, I'm told. No, yeah, don't answer and wait. It's still have some time. Okay, so you see, we still have some. All right. So that's the correct answer. All right, next question. Don't say your answer loud, just type it, unless if your computer talks or your device is talking. Even if somebody is dozing, now they'll wake up. Okay.
Oh, very good.
Okay, this is quite excellent.
That's excellent. 96%. These are smart guys. I hardly get 96%. Okay, the next one. Have you come across this word? We actually explained it. Well,
You said it a few times, but we didn't. I wanted to ask.
why didn't you ask? Oh, but that. That's good. About 57%. Yeah. So PTX is power to different derivatives. So like power, you can also have power to power. For example, you use power to produce hydrogen and use hydrogen to produce power. You can have power to gas, power to chemicals, and stuff like that.
So synflow means synthetic flow.
Yes. Yeah, synthetic fuel. Okay, let's see. I think we have 2 more questions to go. Which of these gases is used to produce blue hydrogen? There is even a misspelling there, but yeah, it's methane.
So the question is
Yes. Oh my goodness. The first one is methane, and the others are well spelled out. Okay. This is an oil and gas country. Why do I have to get this one?
Was that methane or methanol?
No, it's methane actually.
So we all got it now.
Yeah, you got it. Three seconds, 2 seconds. Okay, let's see. Blue hydrogen incorporates carbon capture, whereas gray hydrogen does not. Correct. That's correct. Now let's see who is our champion. The man, followed by Owl, Ikena, Titilola, Abdurrahman Mitinyawa.
You know, they're sharing answers behind you.
Yeah. So who joined as the man? Oh, you are the one. Okay. So you see, the quiz also uses the time. Yes, if you look at this, there are 3 of you that got 4 out of 5, but he finishes in 1 minute 15 seconds. So that's why he's number 1. So this is your cup. You can have a virtual cup. All right, it's really been a pleasure. I wish we would have had more time, but it's been a pleasure. Where is Dr. Sani? Where is Dr. Sani? We have to, because he has to now close and maybe give some closing remarks. Who knows where he is? Who is supposed to? Okay, if you have questions, we can take while I look for Dr. Sani, and you can answer all the questions.
Okay. Are there some questions left? So please feel free. Yes, please.
I am Dr. Ahmed Adamu from Petroleum Training Institute. You talk much about the use of hydrogen in fuel cell technology, which means that you have to produce the hydrogen, then use it in fuel cells. If you like. If you like. There is another technology to convert methanol directly. That's to use methanol directly in fuel cell. In Germany, do we have that one in commercial use? That's the question.
When you are using methanol for fuel cells, yeah, you have to reformate it. You have a small reformer in front of it, but it's a typical use for law enforcement forces. Law enforcement. They are using methanol in their fuel cells because of the higher energy density. But for all the others are directly using it because the reformer is a surplus and it's not very reliable and robust. This is why we are using, if we have the chance, we are going directly to use the hydrogen. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Let me once again welcome you to my country, Nigeria. Last year I was in your university in Germany on a study tour on Power to X delegation trip to your university. Yes, and I can see the efforts you people are making from then to now is really commendable. I have a question. All these segments that uses FORSA, see, is it that one FORSA will be okay for all the segments, or every segment has its own FORSA that you apply? Thank you.
The use of the fuel cell depends where you use it. So for the stationary, you have one kind of fuel cell, and for the mobile application, you have a different kind of fuel cells. But this, I think this is the main difference. When you have a heavy duty application, you use normally in the fuel cell not metal bipolar plates, but graphite. So this can stand for 40,000 hours. When you need a very fast application, like in cars, in normal common cars, then you are going to use metal bipolar plates, because then the ramping up is much bigger. What's the difference? You can use this kind of membrane in all applications, but when you're going to this kind of common cars, you have a very thin membrane, or if you're going to stationary applications, you have a very thick membrane. This is the difference. So it's the size of the membrane which you are putting in the fuel cell, which is making the difference in the lifetime and in the use of this kind of fuel cell. So, but I think our host is here, so okay, please go ahead. If you're not in a hurry, go ahead.
Good afternoon, my name is Modibo Sadiq. I'm from the Nigerian Atomic Energy Commission. So just to put a bit of context to this, Nigeria already struggles with a lot of issues surrounding electricity access, energy supply. So why should we invest a lot of money to, say, have a 43 square kilometer land for photovoltaics when we have competing interests for land, for instance, because we have more pressing needs for agriculture, particularly irrigation and then animal husbandry, for instance. Now, added to that, this was just on the green hydrogen side, and you were only talking about PVs, not CSPs, because CSPs will be more advantageous to us because we don't have the abundance of land to give, because of course we're a very rapidly growing economy with a growth rate of perhaps more than 2.1%. Also, if you're talking about exporting hydrogen, don't you think this is kind of cannibalism from the West? If we've not polluted as much, then we should be allowed, at least at some instance, to use our primary energy sources, including oil and gas, which of course, as you should know, is our long-term strategic goal when it comes to the climate, particularly on gas. So Nigeria is doubling down to invest on that. So why should we invest in that when we have something that is much more easy, much more feasible? And we're not looking to export our gas to any country, rather we're looking to utilize it in-house. So if at all we're going to export anything outside, then maybe it should fall in the ethos of investment that would come from abroad, strictly for that instance. So I guess it's a largely folded question covering the political economy of hydrogen, investment needs, prioritization of our national needs and development. So, and of course, you're from Germany, of course. You've closed down your nuclear power plant, and you do know that there's purple hydrogen, which should come from nuclear, and there's developments of high temperature reactors, which will give us up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. So if Nigeria is still pursuing a nuclear power program, why should we go for PVs, which have these disadvantages, when we could go for perhaps for high temperature gas-cooled reactor? Thank you.
Good question. And it is the decision of the people in the country what they are doing. And you're right, you have to find the right choices for you. That's for sure. Thinking on agriculture, you may know that the sun is burning so hot that we have some problems for the plants. So what you can use maybe not common photovoltaics, but you can maybe use agri-photovoltaics. But it's the choice of the people in the country what they are doing. So looking for Germany, we're producing, when you are looking on the scale, we are 80 million people. And our carbon footprint is not so big. So but we are a developed country. And we are started, when I was starting in the photovoltaics field, it was 1990. We know that the population, the worldwide population will raise up to 10 billion people. And I think we are not only responsible for the 80 million I'm coming from, we should try to find out what is the best solution for the world. Because the next world we may travel to is 3.6 light years away. So 3.6, we have to conserve this world. And how can we do it? We have to find solutions. Because what you're talking about is right, but your sources on gas and on oil will be some, let's say, 30 years, 40 years, and they are empty. And will you then start to step in the hydrogen field? Because do you stretch down the world in 40 years? Looking for all we had a lot of oil and gas resources in the Northern Sea, but they are depleted. So what is the next fuel for everybody? What is the next chance to live a decent life without spoiling the world? I know that the Western world spoiled a lot of, because they didn't know. And now we know, now we have to change it. So it's not because we like to take out and say, yeah, we are coming to you because of this. No, this is one word. And to be honest, now we have a law that every roof in Germany needs to have a photovoltaic. And what we are doing, we store it, and one storage will be the hydrogen. So it is sharing what we are doing. And especially when I'm looking, and you were directly to me, so I'm direct to you. The problem with immigration, we see a lot of people coming to Germany because they don't have a perspective in their home country. What can we do? We can help these people to find an opportunity in their own country. And this is education. Do you know, Nelson Mandela said, there's only one resource which is available for all countries in the world, and this is education. So this is what we are doing. And going to the hydrogen, I'm still in the photovoltaic field, because my heart is always photovoltaics, because I see this is one technology what is not spoiling. And maybe it's not possible to use it in all places in the world. But you see, Germany now has 56% of the electricity out of renewables. 56%. So you're right, we are crazy people. We shut down the nuclear power plants, we are shutting down the coal plants, and we are going to, but you see that the challenge is working. Now we need to have storage systems. And to be honest, if we really If you say, no, we don't will export hydrogen, we need it for ourselves, good, wonderful. Then we put more wind energy into the North Sea. We look for more energy efficiency. So we actually use everything what is possible. But we learn today how to do it. And you see, I have a dream. I have really did a dream that we put in Germany over all our autobahns, the photovoltaics. Could you imagine how many megawatts we can earn from that? So we are people, you Germans are always looking for solutions. And when I'm talking to Samuel, the idea to bring the knowledge, I'm an old person, bring the knowledge to the young people and show them what chances, what opportunities there are. So this is what I can do, to help everybody, each human being on this world, live as I can live. And when I was talking to Zach last night, when he told me that there are people here, they don't have any electricity in your whole life, then I know you have really severe problems on other points, but give them photovoltaic modules so they can start to have electricity in their homes. And this is cheap. You see, when I started, I'm just finishing, when I started with photovoltaic, everybody was laughing at me because it was so expensive. Only the dentists, the medicines could afford it. Nowadays, everybody in Germany is going to have a solar roof. The price is going down. But we have to teach the people what it's on with the photovoltaics. I hope this is your question, but it's the decision of your country, of your people, to do what is necessary. Yeah, go ahead.
So just a little addition to what Professor Shepard has said. I think there's need for clarity about the misconception of the demand for hydrogen for power and other industries. You need hydrogen for other industries, not for power industry or to power energy sources to produce electricity or other kind of things. At our organization, the little feasibility study we have done indicated that we have about 4 million tons of hydrogen demand in the country. And surprisingly enough, none of this demand is coming from the power sector. So the petrochemical sector in Nigeria is the biggest demand, with about 70% of the demand. Let's take Dangote refinery alone. This refinery needs about over 1 million tons of hydrogen, whether blue, gray, or whatever source of hydrogen. But they need over 1 million tons of hydrogen for refining activities per year. And then you have the petrochemical industry, fertilizer, to be specific. One of our sponsors import about 400,000 tons of hydrogen from South Korea every year. So the demand for hydrogen is not necessarily for the power industry. You need hydrogen in the petrochemical industry, fertilizer industry, and then you have the hydrogen derivatives, the methanol, the ammonia, and other derivatives. So these derivatives are used in many sectors of our economy. So when we are talking about hydrogen, it's not to use hydrogen to substitute natural gas. A country like 109 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, why do you have to burn natural gas to produce hydrogen when you can burn the natural gas directly to extract the energy and do whatever you want to do with it? Or when I have the crude oil, one of the largest deposits of crude oil in the world, why do I need another gas that will need about 10 liters of water to be produced and used as a source of energy? So hydrogen is needed in other industries, not necessarily power, because most of the discussion or misconception is that when you talk about hydrogen, people used to think, oh, this is going to be used to power either power to X, which is in the transport sector, or to produce electricity. Yeah, we have electricity problem, very common problem. So what we are talking about is not about hydrogen power in the economy. Even the local demand, when you have a demand of more than 4 million tons, which is the equivalent of almost $3 to $5 billion. So you are talking about import substitution. If you can produce the hydrogen at home, whether the blue hydrogen from the methane, steam methane reforming, that is the blue hydrogen, or the green hydrogen, which is more expensive one. So you are looking at import substitution. And import substitution means saving our dollar. So we are all Nigerians, and we know how this dollar kind of thing affect us all. So building a hydrogen economy means stopping the import of hydrogen. So you have just 3 companies importing 1.8 million tons of hydrogen from South Korea. And at the moment, we only have some small clusters that are producing about 14,000 tons of hydrogen. And when you look at the LCOH, or levelized cost of producing this hydrogen in Nigeria, it is mostly blue hydrogen. They are producing this hydrogen at almost $8 per kilogram. $8 per kilogram. To give you context, even global average LCOH is not supposed to be more than $1.5 per kilogram. This is for blue hydrogen. The cost of producing green hydrogen in the nose between Sokoto to Maiduguri, you're looking about 4.3 to 5.4 dollars per kilogram. So the green hydrogen is much more cheaper in the nose, but the production is not the problem. Storage and transportation are the problem. So building the infrastructure to handle the production, storage, and utilization is going to be a whole new kind of thing. So the talk about hydrogen, you have crude oil, you have natural gas, and we are talking about 600 trillion cubic feet of identified natural gas sources, of unproven reserve of natural gas sources, which means with little effort, we can unlock that sector. So if you have this massive reserve, why do you need another source of energy? So it is not about replacing natural gas. As you all know, those of us with a familiar knowledge about the energy transition in the country, which is one of our climate change mitigation plans for the energy sector, gas is our transition fuel. And we will have hydrogen in the energy mix by 2040, 2045 to 2060. Nigeria intends to be carbon neutral by 2060 as part of our climate change mitigation goals. So a country producing 347 million tons of greenhouse gas inventory this is as at 2018. At the moment, we are looking at almost 400 million tons. So if hydrogen is not used in our energy mix to achieve our net zero goal, if hydrogen is not introduced by 2030, there is no way using natural gas will set us in the fast to reach the goal of achieving net zero by 2060, because the energy sector is responsible for over 65% of the emission in the country. So as one of the signatories of the Paris Agreement for climate change mitigation, our emission is not compulsory being a non-annexed country. This is climate terms I'm talking about. So if you are a member, or if you are a country that has signed the Paris Agreement, you are not mandated, but you are required as a good practice to reduce your emission and set a goal where what you are emitting to the atmosphere and what you are absorbing or reducing will balance to net zero. So Nigeria being a signatory to some of these climate change conventions, so supposed to also set its own target of reducing this emission. So in 2021, when we passed our climate change act, so we set our goals of reaching net zero by 2060. To achieve that, then we have to look at the sectors that are producing those emissions. Energy sector being one of the sectors, then you have the industrial, IPPU sector, you have the Afolo and waste management sector. So the key sector that is polluting everything in Nigeria is energy sector. And the transport sector is the biggest, with over 25% of this contribution, which is the reason why you can see recently about all this hype about CNG vehicles. So yes, why do we have to do all this thing? Most of these countries that have signed these conventions have set their targets of reaching net zero. And what does that mean? If you really want to reach net zero, you have to phase out the biggest contributor of those emissions. And the fossil fuels, like in Nigeria, is the biggest, like it is in most of these major economies. So if countries are going to reduce using fossil fuels, it means what we depended on as our first source of foreign currency, which is the crude oil, the demand is going to sharply decrease even by 2040. When you go to 2050 or 2060, maybe the demand for crude oil may fall to almost 20% of what it is at the moment. So if the demand falls and we don't have substitute, what are we going to do? We are going to be in a big mess. So coming back to our discussion of hydrogen. So hydrogen is just like the natural gas. It's supposed to be another transition fuel, but not necessarily to replace the natural gas. The carbon footprint of natural gas is way much less than that of PMS, or what we call petrol, and the carbon footprint of hydrogen is less than that of the green hydrogen, to be specific, less than that of the natural gas. So the talk about hydrogen starting this week, or we are going to be throughout this week, is for other industries at the beginning. Just like what Professor Shepard said, it's just like a baby. You start crawling and then start trying to move on your legs. So yeah, in the future, we may look at other sectors, but for the moment, the demand is mostly to substitute what we are importing. We import hydrogen to do other things. And the petrochemical industry, having one of the biggest in the world now, is responsible for over 60% of the hydrogen demand in Nigeria. So this is just to shed more light. I understand the natural gas people don't want anything. The petroleum people don't. Hydrogen is not replacing anything. Hydrogen is just meant to substitute income. Thank you. So this is a little about, I think, some of the misconceptions that when you have hydrogen, natural gas, you have to burn to produce hydrogen. Why do you do that? Because hydrogen is needed in those industries. They don't need natural gas in those industries. You need ammonia to produce fertilizer. And how do you produce ammonia? You need hydrogen to produce ammonia. So if you need hydrogen to produce ammonia, how do you produce it? You have many options, whether the gray hydrogen or the blue hydrogen produced from the natural gas with steam, or the most expensive one, which keeps pushing with time and scale of wrapped up. So we will be looking to cut down the LCOH of the green hydrogen significantly by 2040. So this is a little I can add about that. So we have a white paper coming by end of next month. So I think if you have registered your name at the gate, so you may be getting an update from us on the studies we have been doing about hydrogen in Nigeria. So we have been carrying out nationwide studies. We have done nationwide feasibility studies for the potentials of both solar, wind, even though the wind is much lesser, mostly in the coastal areas. So yes, and someone talk about waste. Hydrogen from waste is also another thing. So, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Suleiman Adama, and I'm the General Secretary of the Waste Pickers Association of Nigeria. Yeah. So my question is straightforward and simple. What are the regulations that you are putting in place to manage hydrogen-related wastes as we move on this project? It is very important to us. We would like to know where the association can come in and work with your organization. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Like in any other industry, managing waste is essential. let's take nuclear energy industry. So you use uranium to build nuclear plant, and you end up with end products that are very difficult to handle, which are much more dangerous than even the nuclear fusion process of producing electricity from the uranium. So I will give either Professor Sam or Shepard to answer. But when you are dealing with green hydrogen, you are talking about very less waste generation. You are dealing with splitting water into oxygen and hydrogen. And the oxygen you are producing, even though not yet economical, but it's an essential component that can be used in another industry with some effort of cleaning it and all that. So for the blue hydrogen, I will hand over to Professor Sam or Professor Shepard. I don't know who is. So dealing with waste in the...
Well, yeah, dealing with waste, as far as we are concerned in Namibia, we are following some of the regulations that are being developed in Europe, because what we do is we actually adapt and make them ours. That's what we do. Even with regards to the safety aspect that we discussed, we are looking at what is happening in Germany, what is happening in Belgium, and then what is happening also like at ISO level, then we adapt those. So one big question that keeps coming in Namibia is actually more on what do we do with the waste that we will be generating from the photovoltaic cells, because you need much more of those than an electrolyzer. One way is to recover some of the rare metals from electrolyzers, for example, like the catalysts, to see whether you can recover them and reuse them, that because they are very expensive. But at the moment, we don't have like a standardized method, and maybe we can hear from the Europeans, you know.
We are just started to think it over. It's an international standardization group what we are working in. And all the standards you can look, it's the TC197, the TC107. They are in a turnaround, what is really necessary, how to deal with it. And it's fluid. So we try to make it as easy as it is. But I think what is strict is the safety regulations. They are strict. And they are very close to what Samuel showed today. But all the other ones, you see, we started with 700 bars for the ICE cars, for the fuel cell cars, and 700 bars is too high on an energy point of view. So what we are doing there now, we are thinking about maybe we are going only to 500 bars. So there are a lot of things in discussion with the Japanese, with Asia, or let's say with Asia, with Northern America, and you can join. They are always looking. We are always looking for people working in this kind of groups, in these TCOs, to become then common standards in your country. So Germany is adapting to the European standards, and if the Europeans are looking into these international groups and then they are coming from the international groups, then it becomes a European standard.
So I think we just take one question, and because of the time, we call it a day.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Akpan from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Some of us here might be aware of the existing gas pipeline from Russia to Germany. It's a long-term project, and that project has only been altered because of the Russian-Ukrainian war. So, on that gas pipeline is going to supply about 110 billion cubic meters of gas annually to Germany. People say that the charity begins at home. My question is that why is it that the German is pushing for green hydrogen production in Nigeria, encouraging Nigeria to invest in green hydrogen production, while we have abundant gas endowment in Nigeria? We can leverage that abundant gas endowment in Nigeria to produce blue hydrogen. And in Nigeria, natural gas is a transition fuel. So why is the German pushing for green hydrogen in Nigeria, while at the same time they're investing in a pipeline construction from Russia to Germany to supply gas to Germany? Thank you.
Thank you. So I will hand over this to Professor Shah.
When we are starting the discussion, how should our next energy system looks like? We were starting to think over after Fukushima that we bring down our nuclear plants. Then we are looking for, and this is what you're just commenting, how can we bring down our CO2? And then we start, and this was before the Ukrainian war, the Russian-Ukrainian war, we stick to the pipelines. We were completely depending on Russia. So because the gas fields in the northern seas are depleted. So we are not looking for, there are still some gas fields in the Northern Sea and in the Baltic Sea as well, but they are hard to make them run. Then we are looking what is the next option we have. And then you see this pipeline going from, it was built by Gascade. I have very close contacts to the guys over there. And this pipeline can also be used for hydrogen. It could not only be used for natural gas, it can also be used for hydrogen. So the idea is we have this kind of pipeline, and then we have the cheap, and then we learned cheap can be very expensive because we learned that we are very depending on Russia or one country. And what we are doing now, we are not depending on one country. We will depend. And we are not longer Germany by itself. We will have all the European countries together and work on this field. So the European Union decided that we would like to become the first nation, if Europe is a nation, to become zero emission. And then you are looking what is the possibilities. So what we as Germans do, we are good engineers, we started to think what are the possibilities to do. And then you see natural gas. We have a natural gas, one of the best grids in the world, natural gas. And now we shift this. But to tell you, we already had hydrogen in our natural gas grid because what we used was town gas. And town gas was 52% hydrogen. So it was not so very new for us. But we know we would get rid the dependency of some countries. And now we will have a partnership with several countries and refill our natural grid with hydrogen. And I can tell you, we are not doing only this, we are all working very, very hard to bring down or enhance the efficiency. So we enhance the efficiency. We are talking about a lot of things, and now we are talking what I'm calling a holistic energy system. And this holistic energy system belongs of sector coupling. Sector coupling means we combine everything what we have. And you will see in the long run, the hydrogen, what we continuously need on from the outside, will be not exhaustive. It will really be a decent amount of our energy systems. Because already we have 56% out of renewables. And the more renewables we have, so we will have to store them. And hydrogen is one point to do this. And we are looking now for long-time partners for our industry, and especially steel and what we have. We cannot do it by ourselves. But the daily life we can by ourselves, but for the industry we need partners.
So because of the time, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where we will call it the end. And for one last time before we go, I want us to give a round of applause to our resourceful facilitators, Professor Sam and Professor Bridget. We want to thank you, and on behalf of the FOSRIA and Ministry of Petroleum Resources, we want to thank you for your resourceful and enticing presentations, and we will still be having more of your expertise tomorrow, next tomorrow, and Thursday, when we will call it end of the week in our series of events for the Hydrogen Week. So before we leave, two things. First, for those that want to attend the conference tomorrow, you can register your name outside. And when you finish, as you're moving out, we're going to have a group stage, group pictures with our facilitators that you can use back in your agencies or other things you need it for. So I think that is where we call it the end of the day. I want to thank you for attending this masterclass, and I wish you safe return back to your destinations. Thank you very much. Where? Outside this place? Okay, entrance. Okay, so the photo session is going to be at the entrance.